presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Wisconsin.
Saturday is game day, but Friday was something else. Clayton Kershaw and Jimmy Nelson put together a combo performance the likes we have not seen around here in a long, long time. But it was a home run by Santana that gave the Brewers a late lead. Then Grandal homered to tie it in the ninth. That sent us to the 12th inning. Cody Bellinger with what proved to be a game-winning home run for the Dodgers. It was a thriller last night. Brewers were on the wrong end of it. And now we're ready for day baseball. The roof is open Saturday afternoon. The Dodgers and the Brew Crew on Fox Sports Wisconsin. And hi, everybody, we welcome you. They've just opened the roof. It's a grand sight to see. Looks like we got great weather for this afternoon. I'm Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder. Sophia Minard is our reporter. A lot to talk about with the pitching last night, but I think today we want to focus on a guy who's stepping up big in key situations, and that is Domingo Santana.
Yeah, the offense for the Brewers has been up and down. You know, Braun on the disabled list, Eric Thames trying to get out of his doldrums, but Domingo Santana has been very consistent over his last 9 games. He's been outstanding, 4 home runs, and all because of plate discipline. His strikeouts are down. He's been very patient at the plate, and in all honesty, a lot of his home runs have come with 2 strikes. You can see he's able to cover the inside corner. He's hit a home run, a grand slam on a changeup. That was against the Diamondbacks, an 0-2 curveball in New York against the Mets. So he's starting to come into his own. A very sluggish April. The home runs are up. Batting average was low, but starting to really come around, hitting the ball where it's pitched and showing a lot of power. He's been very consistent for Craig Counsell on that batting order.
And hitting in the big moments like he did against Clayton Kershaw last night. Jimmy Nelson, fantastic last night, 11 Ks. The starting rotation has been excellent the last pass through. More on that from Sophia when we continue from Miller Park.
Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. By Cupie and Abraham, voted best, rated best. Cupie and Abraham, tell them you mean business. And by Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. It was an outstanding pitching matchup last night between Clayton Kershaw and Jimmy Nelson. We're looking forward to another good one here today. It'll be Rich Hill on the mound for the Dodgers, the 2-2 record for him, the earned run average just over 4. And for the Brewers will be Matt Garza, making his 11th start of the season, a 2-2 record for him, and the earned run average just under 4. Good afternoon, everyone. Sophia Minert here at Miller Park. Matt Garza is coming off of back-to-back losses, but he's looking to continue what has been a very good line of pitching for the Brewers starting rotation. Jimmy Nelson was fantastic last night, 8 shutout innings for him, 11 strikeouts, and it's been the part of a great week for the starting rotation. A 1.4 earned run average, allowing opponents to hit just 196. You see the numbers there, nearly 10 strikeouts over 9 innings. And it's been 21 consecutive scoreless innings going back to what Junior Guerra, Chase Anderson were able to do against the Mets. Craig Counsell spoke about what he likes most from his rotation this week.
Well, that's the one thing I give him the most credit for, and I think DJ has cultivated this, is that they've all kind of sought out ways to continue to improve, and that, you know, and including Matt Garza, who's, you know, a 34-year-old pitcher. You know, he's seeking out ways to improve. So I give them and DJ a lot of credit for that. They're you know, they've been evolving and trying to find ways to get better. And, you know, I think if anything, this is kind of the result of that.
Matt Garza looks to follow his starting rotations leads, give the Brewers a quality start here tonight. We're getting ready for first pitch here at Miller Park. Brewers and Dodgers coming up next.
Today for the Brewers, he leads him out onto the field. He's very superstitious. Jumps over that foul line. Never touched the foul line. Brewers baseball this afternoon on Fox Sports Wisconsin is presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Roof is opened up. Turned out to be a lovely Saturday afternoon. 74 degrees here in Milwaukee. Brian Anderson and Bill Schroeder. Sophia Minert, our Emmy Award-winning reporter. Today's game being produced by Dan Keener and directed by Renardo Lowe. There's the manager of the year of the National League last season, Dave Roberts. His Dodgers winning last night. They snapped a 2-game slide. They had lost the final 2 in St. Louis and have now won 7 of their last 9. They are in first place with the Rockies starting play today. His batting order looks like this, courtesy of Potawatomi. Chase Utley's going to hit leadoff today, and then Seager. Grandal hits third, hit the big home run last night. Gonzalez, Bellinger, and Taylor in the middle of the order, with Hernandez, Puig, and Rich Hill rounding it out. And it'll be Matt Garza today, partner, trying to keep this string of excellent quality starts going for the Brewers.
Yeah, they have been very good. Last 8 have been tremendous. They've been averaging a little over 6 innings a start, you know, the starting rotation. But Garza very good his first 5 starts. Not so good last 2. 11 innings pitched in his last 2 starts, 10 earned runs. He lost his last time out against the Mets in New York.
33-year-old right-hander still trying to reinvent himself on the mound, making that transition from a power pitcher to more of a command ball and play pitcher. Garza's final year of a contract with the Brewers. This is year 4 of a $50 million deal. His first pitch to Chase Utley is in there for a strike. These two matched up on the biggest of stages back in 2008. Utley as a Philly in the World Series against Garza's Tampa Bay Rays. Garza, as a matter of fact, was the MVP of the ALCS that year. Bouncing ball right to Aguilar. The big man reaches down, and Garza's there for him. 1 away.
Defense has been pretty good for the Brewers. They turned a big double play in the 8th inning in last night's game. They're second in the NL in double plays. They've turned 64. Perez back in left. Roxon Santana center and right. Shaw, Arcia, VR, and Aguilar from third to first. Eric Thames gets today off, and Jet Bandy behind home plate.
Great catch last night. One of the highlight catches in the big leagues. I'm sure you have seen it. If not, it is available aplenty on all of the channels that Major League Baseball is offering, social or otherwise. One of the best catches of the year. Keon Broxton with a diving grab. 1 away. Here is Corey Seager, Rookie of the Year last season. Dodgers went to the postseason last year for the 4th consecutive year. Lost in the NLCS to the Chicago Cubs. They lost in 6. Their starter today, Rich Hill, was a winning pitcher in that NLCS. One of the 2 Dodger wins against the Cubs last year. The Brewers are going to face another left-hander in Rich Hill. We saw a little history last night. They set a National League record, these 2 teams, with strikeouts in a game. Clayton Kershaw struck out 14 and left the game in a losing position until that home run by Grandal in the 9th. And then the Dodgers won in 12. And interesting to see how the ball club is going to come back from last night. Seems status quo around the clubhouse today. But as you see, the record for most strikeouts in a game is 48. The National League record was set last night. That was an interleague game, by the way.
Been a rough year for strikeouts then, huh? Cubs, Yankees, Dodgers, Brewers last night. The strikeout is not the stigma that it used to be, but that's a whole lot of punch outs, 42 of them between 2 teams. Combination of a couple of things. Hitters chasing pitches out of the strike zone and some really good pitching to boot.
Garza's got Seager in a full count. And he misses. Ball 4.
Hey, Garza, you know, now a 4-pitch pitcher more than any time in his career. He just threw a 3-2 changeup that time. And you take a look at the umpiring crew. DJ Rayburn behind home plate. Sam Holbrook had a couple of reviews to look at last night. Jim Wolf, Ben May. Ben May called a lot of strikes. He had something to do with all those strikeouts last night.
Yeah, statistically, he is among the top 3 in umpires, home plate umpires, in calling strikes or strike percentage. Might have had something to do with it, right? Hitters know that. Snap throw behind the runner. Bandy never afraid to show off that throwing arm. He and Pena both with a lot of back picks on base runners.
And you can get guys, especially with a left-handed batter up, Sometimes that runner, after he takes a lead, just can't see him making a throw. And Bandy Pena, outstanding catching duo for Milwaukee.
Shift is on for Grandal. Got a runner at first, one away. And Grandal fouls it back. By the way, the Dodgers come in here leading the National League in walks. There were only 3 walks last night. What was most impressive was Jimmy Nelson last night, who left the game with a 1-0 lead after he went 8 shutout. He did not walk a batter and struck out 11. And he's actually gone his last 15 innings, his last 2 starts, without walking a batter and 21 strikeouts.
Yeah, amazing. Good job by Jimmy. He's really starting to come around, and you got to credit Derek Johnson for a lot of that, and a lot of the tutoring, the mentoring of the starting rotation. He's done a bang-up job.
Grandal hits one high in the air in the infield. That is VR. And there is out number 2. So Jimmy Nelson is also, we're going a lot into the record books here because that was the night it was last night. Back-to-back games with double-digit strikeouts. Jimmy Nelson joins this group. Only 4 other pitchers, 4 other occasions, I should say, and only 3 other pitchers have been able to accomplish the feat that Nelson has done in his last 2 starts. Had a 10 strikeout game against Arizona, and then last night struck out 11.
And very aggressive with the fastball last few times out, setting up everything else. I mean, throwing hard, finding the corners, and elevating it when he needs to, and keeping that power sinker down for ground balls.
Adrian Gonzalez swings at the first pitch, a little roller, and it rolls foul.
I mentioned those 3 issues, or those 3 walks drawn by the Dodgers yesterday. 2 of those walks were intentional. Only 1 walk of the normal variety. That was late in the game.
Yeah, the Dodgers pitching staff only walked 2, and 1 of those was intentional. So last night, Dodger pitching 2 walks, 26 strikeouts. And the 26 strikeouts is a franchise record. The Brewers pitching staff 3 walks, 16 Ks, as Gonzalez rips one into right center, and he knocks it all the way to the fence. Takes a bad bounce, and this is going to play the run. Well, Gonzalez hit that like a bullet, and Seager is able to score all the way from first base, and the Dodgers strike first here today.
Well, you can't hit it any harder than that. A fastball up out over the plate. Check it out. And then Gonzalez able to center on that one, a 4-seam fastball, and he barrels that one up, finds the gap out there. They had Santana shaded around toward left a little bit, had a long way to go. Once it got by him, you knew Seager was going to score. So the walk to Seager comes around to haunt Garza here in the first.
Gonzalez with 2 hits last night. He crushes Miller Park. He is now up over 420 for a batting average in this venue. That is his 15th career double in 33 games at Miller Park. That's going back even to his days in San Diego as a member of the Padres, and now here with the Dodgers. Whatever the circumstances are, Adrian Gonzalez loves hitting here.
Yeah, Dodgers have a couple of guys that have had good career numbers here at Miller Park. Chase Utley, the other one.
Cody Bellinger, who hit the game-winning homer last night. Talented rookie. The rookie of the month in the National League. And all 12 of those home runs for Bellinger have come in about a 5-week window here in the big leagues. He wasn't called up until late April, and then took home rookie of the month honors. And he launches that one foul. That's going to hook, but it is way back there. And you get a flash of this guy's power. And the one he hit last night off Neftali Feliz was a no-doubter.
And the Brewers had success against him last night with fastballs up. That one wasn't up high enough, and he centered on it, and that won the ball game.
Bellinger had struck out 3 times last night. Had the game ended in regulation in 9 innings, it would have been a night to forget. But instead, he stepped up with the game tied in the 12th inning and hit a home run. Just goes to show you your entire perspective can change on how you are performing on one at bat. And when it comes in extra innings like that, in a very low scoring game, in a game that figured was going to be, you know, turned around or changed by a big moment, maybe an error or a big home run. It certainly was. There were 3 home runs in last night's game, all solo shots, representing all 3 runs. There's a swing and a miss. Garza got him. And the inning is over, but Adrian Gonzalez drives in a run. Dodgers lead 1-0. An RBI double by Adrian Gonzalez has the Dodgers on the board. A former Dodger, Craig Counsell, skipper of the Brew Crew, now in his 2nd full season, 3rd season overall. His first managerial win came against Los Angeles. Here's how he lines them up today. Potawatomi batting order for the Brewers with Keon Broxton leading off. He's got Domingo Santana, then Jesus Aguilar. In the middle goes Shaw, Perez, and Bandy, with Villar, Arcia, and Garza rounding it out. And the very talented left-hander, the rebuilt left-hander, Rich Hill, is on the mound for LA, fresh off a multi-year contract, which he earned in a spectacular year last year between the A's and the Dodgers.
Yeah, 2nd year with the Dodgers. He first appeared in the major leagues with the Cubs in 2005. He's been around a long time. Has had 2 different stints on the disabled list with blister issues on his pitching hand. Not a hard thrower, a big overhand curveball. That's his out pitch.
Hill has certainly reinvented himself on the mound as well. He's actually gone through a couple of different changes as a pitcher. He came up with the Cubs and threw over the top. Then he came back as a sidearm pitcher. Remember that with Boston? Went to the independent leagues in the Atlantic League to try to get back to organized ball. Did that. Now he's back on top a little bit, but has the ability to drop down every now and then. So he's the full complement at this point. And a guy that had to make a rotation in Oakland in spring training last year. Oakland scouts will now confess that there was conversation that Hill might not make the team last year in spring training. He did. He was fantastic. He ended up getting traded to LA, and now he's got a 3-year deal. And he won a game in the postseason, beating the Cubs in Game 3 of the NLCS.
Yeah, this is his 6th start against the Brewers. He's 2-1, but the last time he faced Milwaukee, 2007. So it's been a while.
Full count to Broxton, and he missed with it. That's a leadoff walk. Base runner is aboard for the Brewers.
Check out the Menards Dodgers defense. They have not been very sharp defensively so far this year. You got Bellinger, Taylor, and Puig in the outfield. Hernandez, Seager, Utley, and Gonzalez around the horn, and Yasmani Grandal behind home plate.
Bellinger has hit the ground running as a major league player and enjoying his first 5-6 weeks here in the big leagues. He was actually in a slump leading up to last night when he hit that dramatic home run. Now the focus of our open today when we hit the air, Domingo Santana. Batting average continues to rise. He's at .271, getting on base at a .365 clip.
Today he's got a good eye at the plate, and he's been very disciplined with 2 strikes. A lot of his home runs lately have come with 2 strikes.
There's a big swing by Santana. Well, this one last night at the time felt like a postseason moment for Domingo Santana. His 9th home run of the year on the Powerball count, homered off Clayton Kershaw, who was absolutely dominating every Brewer hitter at the time. That gave the Brewers a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, weren't too many mistakes made by the pitchers last night for either team. And Kershaw made one, and Santana made him pay.
And Hill gets a swing and a miss out of Santana. 1-2 the count. See the little patch on the players' uniforms, the play ball initiative, the paint on the foul lines as well. Big weekend for Major League Baseball, and trying to spread that initiative throughout. We certainly encourage that for kids to play ball. Get out there and have a little fun. Make up your own games.
Yeah, move around, turn the TV off, and get some activity going. Come on over and mow my grass.
We need you. We need all of you to keep playing. We may be calling your games in the big leagues one day.
That's right.
There's a little soft liner. That's fair. Inside the line. Goes down into the corner. Broxton around third. He's going to hold there. And now the ball gets away from Utley. And Broxton holds his ground. Could have scored, but with nobody out, the Brewers being very cautious here early. It'll be a double for Santana.
Well, you're not going to know that the ball is going to get loose in the cutoff there. That's a curveball. Rich Hill really hasn't found that pitch yet. That's what we're talking about with Santana. Another 2-strike hit going to the opposite field, just inside that right field line. And the ball gets in. Puig gets it in, but not able to handle it was Utley, and Ed Cedar not going to know that.
Puig has a very strong throwing arm, which is why the Dodgers in their cutoff scenarios have their infielders closer to the skin of the infield than most, because Puig can really throw it. So at second and third, here is Aguilar. Brewers are knocking at the door in this first inning. Tough night last night for Aguilar. He was 0 for 4. He was hit by a pitch in last night's game. Struck out 4 times last night, so he is eager to find some contact here this afternoon.
Great counsel with a couple of left-handers on the bench. You got Thames not playing today. And Sogard, a left-hander, not in there.
One ball, one strike on big Jesus Aguilar. He's proven he belongs in the big leagues. He's had a nice start to his season as we hit the month of June. 2 solid months for the Brewers, and sporadic playing time as well. I think that's what's so impressive, right, about Jesus Aguilar. He's riding an .848 OPS right now and really hasn't been an everyday player, with the exception of this time with Ryan Braun out of the lineup. Second and third, nobody out. Aguilar grounds one to third, gets by. Right by Hernandez. A run will score. PK Hernandez looked like he wanted to come home there.
He was. He already was thinking about that throw. He took for granted that he was going to catch it, but went right under the glove. Trying to be a little bit too quick. Probably be an error. Probably be an RBI. We'll see.
Yeah, he just got his feet tangled up. He didn't know which hop he wanted to try to take. That ball got on him quickly.
Yeah, it was a bullet. That could be a base hit. That ball was hit hard.
See how they score that. No official ruling just yet. A run is in. The Brewers have tied it up quickly. Still nobody out. First and third now.
Yeah, Hernandez playing in with the bag, and that ball got on him quickly.
Here's Travis Shaw. And that gets by the catcher Grandal. Another run's going to score. Well, the Dodgers porous defensively in this first inning, and Dave Roberts sees a lead evaporate quickly. 2-1 Brewers now on a wild pitch.
Yeah, long night for Grandal last night. Kind of surprised he's in there. He gets handcuffed right there. Doesn't really turn the glove over and catch it. And tries to backhand it and gets by him. Santana able to walk across home plate.
I'll give Shaw a chance to drive in a run. He is among league leaders in the National League in doubles. Travis Shaw has 16 doubles. He's third in the league in that category.
Still haven't scored that grounder to third. Give that one a close look.
Got some thinking on it. I figure it'd be an RBI regardless of whether it's an error or a hit. I don't think you can assume it out at home plate on that situation. We'll give him another look.
You can see where Hernandez is, and that ball's a bullet. And I will tell you this. I mean, this is kind of like a replay. You can't really tell either way. Give him a hit. Right?
I see you've made your case. I'm with you. There's Tim O'Driscoll, the official scorer. Legendary high school coach here in Wisconsin at Arrowhead High School. He always does a good job.
Yep.
He's fair.
Plays it straight no matter who it is. Brewers, opponent. Can't say that about every ballpark we go to.
No, you're right. 3-1 the count, and Shaw pulls one foul. Extremely foul. That's a spot when you get a ticket up there in the terrace level, you're thinking there's probably a 1% chance I'm going to get a foul ball. There it is. That's your shot.
So there is a chance.
There is a chance. You're saying there's a chance. Another full count. A lot of pitches here for Rich Hill. And he strikes out Shaw, throwing to second. Aguilar's out. Boy, that evaporated quickly. You get a double play. Shaw strikes out. Aguilar cut down at second base. Brewers will take a look at it.
Just trying to get a little bit too much off the bag. And Grandal, we've been saying he's been throwing the ball much better. You can't tell right there on that angle. This is the one you're going to be able to see. It's Seager. Yeah, with the tag. That's not even close.
Yeah. And by the way, that was scored as an E5 on Aguilar. So a double whammy, an E5, and he gets picked off. So just like that, 2 men are out, bases are empty.
But did they credit him with an RBI? Should have.
I've got RBI in my book. Not that that matters. Hernan Perez with 2 outs. Well, you'll take the runs for sure, but base running mistakes like that.
Especially when you're not going anywhere. I mean, Aguilar's not going to steal third base.
And Hill slings one in, drops that arm slot. Surprise Perez to end the inning. But the Brewers answer a Dodger run scoring first with 2 of their own in the bottom of the first. Some shoddy Dodger defense. And it's 2-1 Brew Crew as we go to the second.
Dodgers as we head to the second. Our scoops from the clubhouse brought to you by Car Soup. Plenty of conversation about Jimmy Nelson's outstanding outing last night. 8 shutout innings for him, 11 strikeouts. He's the first pitcher in franchise history to record consecutive starts of double-digit strikeouts and 0 walks. And Craig Counsell said really that what we're seeing right now from Nelson has been a product of the changes that he started making midway of last season. And he said you have to give Jimmy a lot of credit because he struggled in the second half of last year, leading all of baseball with walks, but he stuck with it. He was working through a big delivery change with pitching coach Derek Johnson. So we're seeing the result of that, that it really is proving that it's an effective move and it was the right switch for him to make.
And that's the important thing, distinct thing to make is that, you know, Derek Johnson has worked very hard with all these starting pitchers. And in all honesty, in the beginning of the season, the Brewers were kind of concerned about the fact that they weren't really pitching deep into games. But, you know, Derek Johnson has worked with each and every one of these guys. Every one of them has something different they have to work on. But now it's all starting to come together. Starting rotation has been very good. Last 8 starts. It all started when Junior Garrett came off the disabled list. Whether that's a coincidence or not, you don't know. But, you know, they're averaging 6 1/3 innings out of their starting rotation last 2 times through the rotation. So that's good work by Derek Johnson and his starting core.
Craig Counsell hired Derek Johnson from the Cubs. He was running their minor league system at the time. Had a great career as a collegiate pitching coach at Vanderbilt. And 2 of his prized pitchers, David Price and Sonny Gray, still give Derek Johnson a lot of credit. They are still very close. That's what got him into the pro game with the Cubs, and Craig Counsell figured he'd be an excellent big league pitching coach and gave him that shot last year. Chris Taylor at the plate. Matt Garza back on the mound. His ball club gets him 2 quick ones in the bottom of the first to regain the lead. 1 of the runs unearned after that error ruling on the Aguilar ground ball.
Big difference from yesterday's game, huh? You know, pace, a lot of offense already.
Yeah, 5 base runners already. 2-2 to Taylor. And a called strike 3. Matt Garza picks up another K. Hit the outside edge this time, his 2nd K.
Yeah, and what we've seen from the starting rotation, as we were talking about, very aggressive with the fastball and putting fastballs right where they want them. That's exactly where Bandy was setting up, and Garza able to hit the glove on the outside corner.
Garza will face Kike Hernandez now with 1 out. A little ground ball. The shift was on, so VR has the range over to make the play. No problem. 2 up, 2 down for Garza and the Brewers. Nice play by VR. Well, a reminder that today's game is on AFN, the American Forces Network. Now in its 75th year of broadcasting to American military personnel overseas in more than 170 countries and naval ships at sea. We welcome all of those watching today. Thank you for your service. We hope we can bring a little bit of home to you wherever you are. Yasiel Puig takes a ball. I wonder if your son Billy's able to watch the game today.
You know what he does? He watches on the at-bat app.
Is that right?
He does every now and again. And there's a big time difference. You know, it's 9.5 hours difference in Afghanistan. But he's over there, and he keeps track of the crew. Looking forward to his return in July.
Yes, sir. And that reminds me and the rest of us to not only thank all of our servicemen and women, but the families of those servicemen and women, like their parents and their broadcaster fathers who have to anguish through a lot of that time overseas. So thank you, Rob. Pop up in the infield. Aguilar makes a catch, and that will retire the side. Good inning by Garza. Retires of an order, and the Brewers lead 2-1.
Faith Day at Miller Park, presented by Thrivent Financial. On Saturday, June 17th against the Padres. After the game, all fans stick around for a free post-game concert by multi-platinum Christian band Mercy Me. For tickets and details, go to brewers.com/theme nights.
I'm a big fan of that band. You might remember, Rock, they were in the ballpark. It was probably, they were playing the state fair maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago, 8 years ago. They all came to the ballpark. We hung out on the field. You've actually met those guys.
You remember that?
I do. We hosted them. You don't remember that part, but
I don't.
You were very friendly to those guys. It's kind of like when we met for the first time.
Is that why you remembered it? Because I was actually friendly to somebody?
Yeah, I was nervous about that, but yeah, that was good. Jed Bandy leads off for the Brewers. 2-1 Milwaukee. We play in the second inning, just underway on a gorgeous sunny day. That was not the case all morning. It's been raining a good part of the day. Roof was all closed up.
Yeah, there was thunder by my house this morning. But hopefully the rest of the week's going to be nice.
I'm glad the sun is out. The rain is cleared. I know there are a lot of graduation ceremonies, high school graduation ceremonies around the region. And we say congratulations to all those graduates and their families. And hope you have a great night tonight. How about those numbers for Bandy against lefties? He is 6 for 13. 2 of his 6 homers have come against lefties. And a wave and a miss. That slow curve by Rich Hill.
Yeah, he was upset with himself the pitch before because he really hasn't had much command of his off speed. That was the best curveball he's thrown so far. Yep, down and in, and Bandy out in front of it. And put it exactly where Grandal wanted it, down and away.
Rich Hill has 3 consecutive strikeouts going. Brewers are trying to get off the strikeout train right now. Both Kershaw and Hill can rack up a bunch of Ks. Matter of fact, Kershaw tied a road record for strikeouts in an away game. His overall career high is 15. Yesterday struck out 14, which matched his highest total on the road. And VR comes up empty. 2 balls and a strike. VR did have a hit last night, gave the Brewers a chance in the bottom of the 12th. He was 1 for 5. He had a double last night, a hustle double.
Ended up at third base with 2 outs. Actually 1 out.
Yeah, VR, as frustrating as his night was last night, and Jonathan struck out 4 times. In that final at bat against Kenley Jansen, he had a hustle double, then stole third. He was the tying run with 1 out in the 12th. Brewers couldn't cash it in. And now he draws a walk. So Hill misses with the breaking ball.
Really only thrown 1 good curveball. That was Jet Bandy. He has not had a feel for that pitch. You know, it's blister issues for Rich Hill that has put him on the disabled list 2 different times this year.
Yeah, don't scoff at the blister moniker. I've seen his finger.
Yeah.
It was gruesome.
Yeah, nasty.
I've never seen anything like it.
It hurts. It's all about the friction that you put on that finger when you're trying to snap off, you know, those curved balls, you know, the finger on the lace.
He split that finger. Just think of the fingerprint area, right? From the fingernail down to the first crease, it was split wide open.
Yeah.
And he's had a lot of problems with that throughout his career. Has to manage it, and they've done all kind of measures in the offseason to try to toughen up the skin there, but whatever it is, he has problems with it. He snaps off a big curveball to Arcia.
Well, Ben Sheets from time to time used to have blister issues and tried a lot of different things.
I remember back in your day they used to have some concoctions, right, like pickle juice, and
yeah,
there's all kind of different things you could do to try to toughen the skin up. I don't know if that works, but there's a few others that you can't mention on television.
Right, Moises Alou.
Which is, just Google it.
Right, yeah, we're not going to say.
It's awful.
Yeah, certain guys just are, you know, predisposed to that kind of thing. It's just, you know, the way their skin is or whatever it is. But other pitchers, other players have no problems with it.
Orlando Arcia down 0-2 in the count. Runner at first, VR. And Arcia fouls it back. Orlando has been really swinging the bat well and doing all the things mechanically you'd love to see at the plate. He's hitting .353 in his last 13 games. This feels like he's maturing as a hitter right in front of our eyes. Hasn't really been in the big leagues all that long when you think about it. Just 5 months.
And that's the approach right there that has got that average up around 250. That opposite field approach, that's the team offensive approach for Darnell Coles. Up the middle and opposite field. They make a mistake on you, you can pull it. And you can't go wrong thinking that way. Allows you to stay on pitches, maybe not swing at as many pitches out of the strike zone.
There goes VR, pitches upstairs, and that'll be a steal for Jonathan VR. He got a great jump. Hill came to a pause right at the top, and VR figuring I'm on my way. Don't make him throw over here. When he didn't, it was easy.
Yeah, not sure why he didn't throw over. He was committed already, I guess. That's why guys do that. They hang that leg up there. They wait for the runner to commit, and then they'll either go to first or home. Rich Hill apparently already had his mind made up. He was going to home plate.
14 out of 18 in stolen bases for the stolen base champion last year in the National League at 62 steals. Well, now he's in scoring position with 1 out. And the 1-2, Hill slings one in there inside for a ball. Well, we've seen both versions of the curveball, both versions of the fastball from his 2 arm angles. He threw a dandy sidearm curveball to Jet Bandy. There's a bouncer to third. Hernandez fires high, but Gonzalez comes across the bag to make the play. Out number 2, but VR does advance with Garza coming up.
Just try and put the ball in play with 2 strikes. The first 5 pitches that Hill threw to Arcia were all strikes. Got the count to 2-2 and able to advance VR at least to third base.
Sidearm fastball in there to Garza. Well, Matt does have a hit this year and has an RBI this season. 14 plate appearances, 1 hit. Hoping he can run into one right here in the second. Jonathan VR, a very active base runner anyway, always trying to get the attention of the pitcher. Puts a lot of pressure on the catcher as well.
And trying to get him to balk, maybe flinch out of the stretch. Starts then stops.
And a swing and a miss. Grandal chases him back. But you don't mind that if you're VR. You like the catcher coming out of the chute like that. And now VR breaks off the bag and Hill steps off. And
Rich Hill had his back to VR. He just kept walking further and further away from him, and he was thinking about taking off. That wouldn't be a bad move with Garza at the plate.
Right.
1-2 count. Why not? He's thinking. Yep, better not. That's a broken ankle for me right there.
Among other things.
Right.
Hammy, groin, quad, back. Garza takes a ball.
I mean, he's trying to get to full speed and just stops on a dime and then is able to get back.
Play it hard all the time. That's one thing you can say about VR. He does give you everything he's got.
trying to take that extra base.
And Garza strikes out to end the inning. Hill's got 4 punch-outs through the first 2 innings. 2-1 Brew Crew. We head to the 3rd at Miller Park.
Reminding you to please play responsibly. And by Toyota, let's go places. Beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Milwaukee. A 2-1 lead for the Brewers over the Dodgers. Our showstopper in baseball, the Cubs are hosting the Cardinals at Wrigley Field this afternoon. Kyle Schwarber in a big slump from leadoff hitter to batting 9th here this afternoon. His first career grand slam in the 7th inning off of Mike Leake. That one went 403 feet, 107 miles per hour. A big moment for Kyle Schwarber. Again, he has been hitting just 165 this season, so coming into good time for Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, you're thinking about Schwarber. Joe Madden said he will be a platoon player now. He made that announcement at Dodger Stadium last week. And, you know, now you're starting to look at Schwarber maybe getting sent back down to the minor leagues, perhaps, if things would carry on as they do. And
right.
To hit a grand slam like that against one of your biggest rivals late in the game, and to go from 3-1 down to 5-3 ahead, that's a big moment for him.
And go from leadoff to number 9 in the batting order. That's a big demotion.
Well, as Joe Madden calls it, the second leadoff
spot, right? You can call it whatever you want. It's still batting 9th. Believe me, I was there.
The former Cub, Matt Garza on the mound.
And Tom Treblehorn never really positioned it to me as you're my second leadoff hitter.
Well, see, you know, that's just not good maintenance. That's not good brain maintenance on your catcher.
It's all about the delivery.
It was more like, just be glad you're in the lineup, son. Rich Hill leads off. The Dodger pitcher shows bunt, drag bunt's a beauty, and VR's got to hustle it over to first in time. Nice play by VR.
Pretty good idea by Hill. Just hit it too hard. You try and deaden it and get it by Garza.
Garza's had his throwing problems in the past, and Hill might have recognized that.
Yeah, pretty good bunt. I mean, drops it down, just got a little bit too much on it.
Now VR's made a couple of good plays already in this game. One away for Garza. He's retired 5 in a row since the RBI double by Adrian Gonzalez. A first inning RBI. And back to the top of the order now, and Chase Utley. Dodgers go 1 for 8 against Garza first time through. And that one hit produces a run. Brewers have 2 runs, one of them earned. Dodgers committed an error in the first inning. Brewers got 2 in the bottom of the first if you're just picking us up. 1 hit off Rich Hill, 2 walks, and then that error but also an RBI on that play for Aguilar. So you're caught up here in the 3rd inning.
Yeah, that error could have gone either way. That could have easily been a base hit, but not ruled that way.
Utley, a little soft liner is going to fall, a base hit. Chase Utley with a single.
Well, All-Star game voting is underway, and the crew needs your vote. Vote early, vote often, vote Brewers to send your hometown stars to Miami this July for the All-Star game. Cast your ballot the maximum number of 35 times at brewers.com/vote for your chance to win a meet and greet with Ryan Braun. The great 8 still on a disabled list.
Braun has a left calf strain that's had him on the DL. He is, Sophia reported yesterday, running on a treadmill. And there's a big swing by Seager. Any new news today, Sophia, on Ryan Braun?
Well, it was a good scene to see him out on the field. He was playing catch with Nick Franklin, and Braun told me that he went out probably as far as 150 feet. So just some casual long toss, but overall he said he felt pretty good. So it was a nice step for him to take. And again, it'll be longer than the 10 days, but good to see him out in the field doing a little bit more.
Well, you might expect, if everything goes well, you might expect Braun back by mid-June, maybe late June. You're just hoping the Brewers can continue to tread water. I think that's one story about Milwaukee. While the national perspective is that the Brewers are overachieving, I mean, we're here watching this every day. They've got a lot of room to improve, and they are without their best hitter all this time.
Yep, no kidding. It's been about a month since he's been in the lineup on a consistent basis. But they have covered for Braun pretty well. You don't expect they'd be able to do that all year. You're going to need Braun back in that lineup if they hope to contend.
Garza deals to Seager. He yanks it foul. Starting play today, the Brewers led the Cardinals by a game and a half. 2 games up on the Cubs in the Central. The Brewers are the only team over 500 in the division. Meanwhile, the Dodgers are one of 3 teams that are at least 11 games over 500 in the West. And the Dodgers in first place today to start play. A half game ahead of Arizona and Colorado, who both lost last night. Dodgers leapfrogged both of those clubs.
Dodgers 21-8 at home. They're tied for the best record at home in the big leagues.
Dave Roberts' club is currently 2nd in the league in ERA. His pitching staff, his bullpen is number 1. He's got a pitching staff that is 3rd in strikeouts behind Arizona and Washington. By the way, the Cardinals are the team with the lowest ERA. That might be jumping up a little bit today.
The Cardinals starting rotation the best in the National League. 316 earned run average.
And only the Cardinals, compared to the Dodgers, have given up fewer home runs to the opposition. Although LA has played 4 more games than St. Louis. Runner goes, and that's ball 4. So suddenly the Dodgers are threatening here. Utley at 2nd. Seager draws the walk. 2nd walk issued by Garza.
And 3-4-5 coming up.
That'll bring up Yasmani Grandal, switch hitting Dodger catcher. Two on, 1 out. Garza could use that ground ball here. He's typically a fly ball pitcher. He's trying to change that, though. A lot of that is because Garza still, through the last few years, trying to hang on to that big fastball. And, you know, as he ages, maybe getting a little bit out of his cruising speed, trying to hit those numbers, fastball numbers. Now, I think for the first time in his career, he's changed a little bit and realizing His cruising speed is probably 91, 92 miles an hour, not 94, 95.
Well, he's made a commitment more to the off-speed stuff, being more of an all-around pitcher, mixing it up, throwing all 4 pitches. Just started Grandal with a changeup.
On the ground, Aguilar's got it. Throw to second, out. Throw to first, and Garza missed it. It goes into the dugout.
Yeah, Utley's going to get home plate. He wasn't sure. He went back, but he's going to get home plate.
So the tying run will score.
Looked like a good throw by Arcia.
That was a heck of a play by Aguilar.
Yeah, this is why Aguilar is considered a really good defender. You got to catch that baseball. That's a good throw. That's got to be an error on Matt Garza. He's there in time. He just flat misses it. Yep. Yeah, that foot right on top of first base. He was lucky that Grandal didn't step on him.
That would have got him out of the inning. Instead, the tying run scores. And Grandal to second base.
Yep, fielder's choice, E1, allowing Utley to score.
2-2 game now. And each club has a run courtesy of an error.
And that was a heck of a play by Jesus Aguilar, taking extra bases away, and should have been a double play to end the inning.
Adrian Gonzalez takes strike 1. Gonzalez hit a line drive his last time up that, had it been hit to an infielder, had a chance to be caught about what, eye level, and it ends up rolling to the wall. It was smoked, shot through the outfield grass into the gap, and it scored Seager all the way from first. The first Dodger hit in that first inning.
And because of that, it looks like Broxton's more straight away in center than he was when Gonzalez was up the first time. He was shaded toward left.
2-2 game, 2 outs in the inning. And a 1-1 pitch. Little half swing roller out to Aguilar. Garza fooled him and gets the out. Could have been out of it with no runs, but a miscue. Top of the order coming up for the Brewers. Broxton, Santana, Aguilar. 2-2 game, Dodgers Brewers from Miller Park. We head to the home third.
And get a replica batting practice pullover that's given away to the first 20,000 fans at Miller Park tomorrow afternoon against these Dodgers. Don't forget that every Sunday also is a Kids Eat Free Day. Kids 14 and under, go to Brewers.com for tickets. Look like a Brewers coach.
And so we make him appear and disappear.
Is that a matador? Yeah, I got you.
It's tough to make that disappear.
I'm using a different Brewers coach every day.
Is that your ad lib there, or did you?
That's all me.
It does look like a coach jersey.
Trying to give him some name recognition.
2-2 game. Here we go to the bottom of the third, and Keon Broxton will lead off. Nobody's better to the coaches than you are, partner.
Yeah, they work hard. I mean, I see. I get there early. I see what they do. They work hard on those planes. They're going over, pouring over scouting reports when everybody else is in the back having a good time celebrating a nice victory. They're getting ready for the Dodgers on the flight here to Milwaukee.
Rich Hill starts his third inning. Yeah, it is very common to get onto the Brewers charter, right? And then the coaches are all in one area, and you look at all of them, and they're all, once they're done working, they're crashed. I mean, they're exhausted.
Yep.
Darnell Coles, the hitting coach, it was his birthday yesterday, and he was greeted by 26 strikeouts from his offense. Thanks a lot, Darnell says.
But you know what? The body of work in the first couple of months plus has been pretty good. So I guess he would consider that to be a good birthday present.
Yeah.
He's been pleased with the progress of the hitters. Takeaway yesterday.
Most positive man in America, Darnell Coles.
And takes no credit for any of it. But we know better.
Broxton in a 2-2 count here against Hill. And Rich Hill misses badly outside. 3-2 now. Keon drew a walk and scored a run in the first inning. Hill has 4 strikeouts at this point. And that's a little cue shot. Coming in is Seager. And Broxton is retired.
Yeah, the curveball. He's been fighting this pitch for 3 innings now. It still was up in the zone. There was a hanger, but Keon jammed himself and an easy out to short. That has not been a very good pitch for Hill so far. The Brewers need to take advantage of that because at some point he's going to find that pitch.
Yeah, when he locks it in, he can be unhittable. He'll throw it a couple of different speeds too, and can have you perplexed. That was a good one. Slings one in, the get-over version of that curveball. Santana doubled his last time up. He hit a curveball to right field. That one he sends to left. Missed it on the bat. And a routine fly ball for Bellinger, out number 2.
Just didn't wait back long enough. He saw it pretty well, but just couldn't wait back. Got it down on the end enough to make it an easy out. There's that curve up again down the middle, and Santana just on the end.
It all looked good, right? The arc, the swing, it was all there, except the pitch came in at 73 miles an hour instead of, say, 78. It would have been right on the barrel.
And right down the middle, too.
That's really the art in Rich Hill's curveball. That's what he brings to the table. There aren't a lot of guys that can throw it that slow and yet still be that effective. So we saw Jimmy Nelson's curveball yesterday, you know, 81, 83 mile an hour range.
Right.
Hill's throwing it 10 miles an hour slower than Nelson.
It's hard to get the proper spin at that velocity to get such a good break to it. Incredible spin rate, they call it.
That one came in at 77. And Aguilar was actually a little bit late on it, trying to hit it the other way. You just never feel comfortable, hitters say, against Hill when he's right, because there's so many different speeds. Everything he's throwing, hard to time up.
Right.
It's the art of pitching.
And he's just so tall, lanky.
And that one's hit hard. Aguilar's going to watch this one fly. Timed that one perfectly. Jesus Aguilar puts the Brewers back on top. Number 5 of the year. And it's 3-2 Milwaukee.
Fastball upstairs. Doesn't have the velocity that we saw last night. And check it out. He drops down a little bit, gets the fastball. Middle in, and Aguilar extends on it and knocks it out of here, way back and left. Brewers now with a 3-2 lead. On an 0-2 pitch. That's why Rich Hill was so upset with himself. Mistake on 0-2.
Yeah, the reaction by Hill, he knew it as soon as it hit the bat. It was on its way out. Very similar reaction we saw from Kershaw last night on Santana's homer. Travis Shaw, a strikeout victim in the first. Tough matchup here for Shaw. He's handled lefties well this year. The Brewers don't have a lineup that does not include a left-handed batter. They can piece it together where there's only one. But you certainly don't want Sogard, Shaw, and Thames all sitting at the same time. A strike to Travis Shaw. It's 2-2 now.
Yeah, and Thames very rarely sits. Every now and again he needs a day off, so you know, left-handed, not a bad time to sit him down.
He didn't mind that off day yesterday. He did come in. He got 3 plate appearances actually, but did not enter the game until Kershaw was out. Count is full. 2 outs, and that one misses inside. Ball 4. So Shaw is on. That is walk number 3 for Rich Hill to go along with his 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, Rich Hill just you know, talking to himself after every curveball that he throws. Very inconsistent, and he's fortunate that he's only down by 1 the way that curveball's been.
Hill giving up his 4th home run of the season. It's a pretty low number this late in the year overall, but remember, he missed a few starts. This is only his 6th start. Believe it or not, Kershaw is the Dodger leader in home runs allowed. Gave up his 11th of the season last night. Most of them are solo shots, like the one last night.
Doesn't walk anybody, doesn't give up many hits. Yeah, he was brilliant last night, but Jimmy Nelson just a little bit better.
No balls, 2 strikes. Hernan Perez, and he pulls it foul. Hernan, a native of Venezuela, came up dreaming of playing shortstop in the big leagues like Omar Vizquel. A great lineage of Venezuelan shortstops, and he came up through the Tigers minor league system exclusively as a shortstop. And then once he got to the big leagues, he started playing third and a little bit of second base. Wasn't hitting all that much. Tigers took him off the roster. The Brewers claimed him. That was in the Doug Melvin era. Ron Renneke was the manager at the time, and immediately started the process of expanding his utility role, and that even expanded into the outfield role. And now Craig Counsell says he is among the best outfielders the Brewers have. Pops this one up. Shortstop Seager wants it, and that will retire the side. Jesus Aguilar. A big home run gives the Brewers the lead. Number 5 on the year for Jesus. And another trip down Bernie Slide, brought to you by Quick Trip.
The Brewers take a 3-2 lead. Our minor league report, we check in on the AA Biloxi Shuckers, who earned a 7-0 rain-shortened win last night, and it was Luis Ortiz who tossed the complete game shutout. 6 innings for him, just 5 hits, 6 strikeouts. He goes to 3-3 on the season, the 3.26 earned run average, and at home he's been even better, a 2-1 record, and you see the earned run average, just 1.74 for him, 13 walks and 13 strikeouts.
That's one of the guys to watch, right, Sophia? He is one of the big Rangers prospects that the Brewers got in that Luke Croy deal, Luis Ortiz, and very young. Matter of fact, he and Matt Garza are very close. They trained together in the offseason in the Sacramento area.
Yep, unfortunately, the Brewers are in a position right now in the major leagues where they don't have to rush these guys up. Keep them down in the minor leagues, let them play together, get some confidence down in the minor leagues, and at some point they'll be ready.
No bigger fan of Luis Ortiz than Matt Garza. He was raving about the trade that the Brewers made last year, and Ortiz was certainly one of those guys on the radar that you're hoping emerges as a top flight starter in the big leagues. He's a big guy. He's kind of a right-handed version of David Wells. That'll give you a mental picture.
Does he have as good a curveball as David Wells?
Not many do, right?
Right, that was a good one. Boomer.
He had that hissing curveball. Cody Bellinger in a 1-2 count.
That was another guy that used the high fastball curveball combo.
It's making a comeback. Now that the high strike is being called once again, that has opened up some windows for the curveball.
Remember Sid Fernandez? Same thing. That was back in the days where everything was a strike. It was a hot day. Strike zone was bigger.
Right. Game got a little lopsided. Strike zone.
Nothing. Get up there swinging, men.
Yeah, those lopsided games were oftentimes the fastest games once you got through that part of it. Bouncing ball, and it's a race to the bag. I'm not sure what happened there. And then Aguilar slams into Garza. That's got to be a base hit. It is, but an out that should have been made.
I'll tell you what, that was a pretty good collision, and Garza kind of trying to shake it off. Not sure where he got it. No idea what happens here. I'm not sure. Is Garza there in time? And Aguilar not sure what to do. It looked like Garza was on his way over there. And he got him in the shoulder, the throwing shoulder. That was a pretty good jolt that he took.
Yeah, he did. And he's shaken up a little bit. Athletic trainer Dan Wright is on his way out.
I think Aguilar felt as though Garza wasn't going to get there in time, and he felt like he needed to beat Bellinger to the bag. Garza never got out of the way, and they collided.
This is not a good area to be checking for a pitcher. He's checking his right shoulder, collarbone area.
Garza not getting over there really all that quickly. Never did look like he was on his way. Then there's a collision. Check this out. And what makes that worse, Garza wasn't expecting it. Bang, right on the shoulder.
Yeah, not pretty. Should have been an out. Instead, it's a base hit, and Garza is in a lot of pain, having to prove he can still throw a ball here. I don't know. He does not look comfortable.
That's a big man that hit him. And he was going on at a pretty good clip.
Well, whatever he said, he's convinced Dan Wright and Craig Counsell that he's good to go.
Really not chugging over there all that hard, right? I mean, I don't think Aguilar thought he was going to be able to get there, and then this.
Well, it's a leadoff single.
I believe Garza thought that Aguilar was going to take that himself, but he's a little bit too far from first base for that.
Here's Chris Taylor. Garza struck him out his last time up. Runner goes. Bandy's throw to second is a good one, but Bellinger got a great jump, and he swiped second base. It's his third already. Bellinger figures him to be a guy to steal 20 or so a year.
Not a very big lead, but a really good jump.
And a tough pitch to
not sure what
throw.
it mattered where the throw was.
So now the Dodgers have the tying run in scoring position. Taylor's up there with nobody out.
It's only the 23rd stolen base for LA. They don't run much.
Taylor gets a call in center field here today. He's been playing a lot of center field. He's a shortstop by trade. Came up in the Mariners organization. Big league time with Seattle. Shortstop, third base, second base. He's added outfield to his repertoire with the Dodgers. Dodgers are still without Jock Peterson, who has a concussion. He should be back next week, they're hoping. In the meantime, the Dodgers are splitting time out there with Chris Taylor and Brett Eibner.
And Dodgers, just like the Brewers, working with a 4-man bench. 8 relievers.
2 balls and a strike. 2-2. Dodgers are without their everyday third baseman in Justin Turner and their everyday center fielder Peterson. And yet they've covered it well. Bellinger's been a big part of that. Los Angeles has one of the best farm systems in the majors. And so they're able to cover with prospects like Bellinger. They also figure to be able to go get what they need come trade deadline. Not sure what they need right now. Maybe a lefty in the bullpen, or it's hard to tell at this point with all the injuries.
And they might need a lefty. That's about the only thing they need. I mean, they're bullpen #1 in the National League.
They have a big payroll, and they have prospects, high price free agents as well that they've signed throughout the years. That just missed. Garza wanted that call. Didn't get it. Taylor draws a walk, and the Dodgers have 2 on with nobody out here in the 4th. Let's see where this one missed.
Trying to set up inside, just misses that inside corner.
Two on, nobody out. Here's Kike Hernandez. Dodgers are at the bottom of their order. You know, you have a pretty deep batting order when Yasiel Puig hits 8th. He'd be hitting 3rd or 4th in a lot of lineups around the big leagues.
Even with some of their everyday guys out of the lineup, he's still down in the bottom of the order. It's 7th last night.
And they throw behind the runner at second.
And pace has really slowed down for Garza ever since he had that collision with Aguilar.
Falling behind, he just walked Taylor. And now a hitter's count for Hernandez. And he blocks that one.
A 2-ball, no-strike slider.
Now drifting into dangerous territory here. Garza trying to fight his way out of it. 3-0 to the 7th place hitter. with 2 on and nobody out. Let's see if Hernandez has the green light. He does, and he pops this one up right up the pipe. VR will make the call. Infield fly rule is in effect. That is a big one.
That's a gift right there. I mean, 1 pitch away from bases loaded, nobody out, and he gets the out now. Ground ball gets him out of this.
And you're at the 8th spot in the order. You got the pitcher on deck.
Fastball. Here it is down the middle, and Hernandez with the big hack pops it up. That's a break.
A middle 91-mile-an-hour fastball. He'll take it. And now Garza has a little light at the end of the tunnel. Yasiel Puig is a guy who has bounced into a lot of double plays. Scahill starts to get loose in the Brewers bullpen. Puig leads the NL in double plays grounded into. He has hit into 11 already this year. Garza would love nothing more. Keeps the pitcher on deck. Puig's done damage too. The other side of that coin. Runners go, and the pitch is in the dirt. Oh, it's as if the Dodger base runners knew what was coming, and they picked the perfect pitch to run on.
Garza not paying a whole lot of attention to the base runners. And Bellinger took off as soon as Garza looked toward home plate.
And they're going to walk Yasiel Puig. An intentional pass to load the bases.
Yeah, 3 stolen bases in this inning.
So Counsell is making the play here. He'd rather face Rich Hill and Chase Utley versus Yasiel Puig and Rich Hill.
Not playing for the double play. Brewers have turned a lot of double plays. Why not set it up and try to get one?
They're all loaded up. Brewers lead by a run. Hill swings and misses.
Or better yet, strike out and any kind of out.
Hill trying to bunt his way on again. Little push bunt. You don't see many guys wear 1 batting glove. That's old school little league action right there.
Back in the old days. Yeah, we couldn't afford 2.
And then to get 2 to match, that was a big deal, remember?
The old Saranac batting gloves.
Yeah, I had one of those. The Velcro strap all the way around the wrist.
Yeah.
And that's bunted in the air. VR is going to make the catch. That also is an infield fly rule.
That's pretty good contact on a bunt. Almost hit one over the infield.
It's got to be the blister issue, right? That allows him to do that or makes him want to do that. 2 at bats.
Yep, pops it up, easy out for VR. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of different things could come into play there. Just wanted to maybe put it in play. And 2 outs, and Garza real close to getting out of this mess.
It reminds me of some at bats we used to see from Nori Aoki back in the day. The crazy bunts he'd have running out of the box.
Yeah.
Well, it sets Garza up with Utley and a chance to escape this jam. They're full of Dodgers. Utley takes a ball. Garza was sitting there with 2 on, a 3-0 count, and nobody out. And has a chance to escape with no damage.
Yeah, Hernandez gave him the opportunity to get out of this mess.
Utley singled off Garza in the 3rd. He singled and scored. Scored on the error committed by Garza. That was the tying run. And Utley takes ball 2. Seven career grand slams for Utley.
Nobody more dangerous in his day for a second baseman than Utley. Stands right on top of home plate, just dares you to come inside.
He's a much smaller guy than Anthony Rizzo, but their position in the batter's box and their batting stance are identical. And now Bandy's on his way out, wants to chat about this 2-0 offering. Might be the biggest pitch of the game for Garza. Council's on his way out now. This is a rare visit by the manager. Remember, the first visit was an injury visit, so that did not count. I think Council has a pretty specific idea of what he wants to be thrown here.
Well, it's got to be a high percentage strike. I got to believe it's going to be a fastball because he can't go 3-0. Nowhere to put him.
Let's see what he decides on. 2-0 pitch, broken bat, a bouncer to Aguilar. He'll take it himself. No collision. Out is recorded. Garza gets out of it. Whatever Council said, Garza obliged and shatters the bat of Chase Utley. Still 3-2 Milwaukee. Brewers Dodgers, and I think Craig Counsell, we're watching Garza between innings. Remember that collision with Aguilar, and they are certainly checking on some activity down in the tunnel.
Well, there's still activity out in that bullpen from Milwaukee.
Well, Garza's due up 4th in this inning, so that I'm sure has something to do with the flurry of activity there with bench coach Pat Murphy, assistant hitting coach Jason Lane down there as well. So we'll see. Bandy leads off. Rich Hill's back at work. Bandy pulls one foul.
How about the Houdini job for Matt Garza in that 4th inning?
This was the collision. This was on the infield hit to start the inning, and then when Utley grounded to first, Aguilar was very adamant. I got this one. Steer clear of the big man.
Well, if you're not going to, get over to first base, and it appears that you're not going to get the base, we got to pull off. You got to get out of the way, because Aguilar was coming hard at first base, and it didn't appear that he had an opportunity to get out of his way.
It was the old "you take it, I'll take it," but they're both saying the same thing, and a lot of indecision there. That didn't hurt him on the runs. Might have hurt him physically. You see activity in the Brewers bullpen, so if you're trying to think along with the manager here, you got Drake loosening out in the Brewer bullpen in left center. Bandy, a cut and a miss. 2-2 the count.
And you got Drake up in the bullpen because the Dodgers have a bunch of left-handers coming up. Top of the 5th. Council likes to use Drake against lefties with that splitter.
Two and two. Bandy pulls it foul. Couple of shakeoffs asked for by Grandal. Here comes a 2-2. That's way outside. Well, Rich Hill certainly not on his A game today. Brewers have gotten to him. 3 runs, 2 of them are earned. Only 2 hits.
Yeah, but 1 of every 3 curveballs is a good one.
A lot of deep counts, high pitch count. This is 79, and it's ball 4. Bandy draws the walk. Hill has walked a batter in each of the first 4 innings. This is a leadoff walk, and the Brewers get some action once again.
Yeah, get live broadcast, scoring updates, breaking news, and more right at your fingertips with MLB.com At Bat, the official app of the Brewers. Download At Bat today, free for your smartphone or tablet. The At Bat app.
VR with Bandy at first. Jonathan drew a walk his last time up.
$80 pitches are already for Rich Hill. Nobody out in the 4th.
Not very Rich Hill like. He slings a fastball in, little sidearm fastball that time to VR. 2-0 the count. Already a couple of stints on the DL this season for Hill. And there's that sidearm curve.
Yep, down and in. I think VR thinking it was going to be a fastball, and you can see the movement out in front over the top of it.
Two and one. Bandy at first, and VR a little cue shot. He broke his bat. He either broke it or he needs a new one with some hits in it.
Yeah, splintered it. You know, got it right on the end. Those cut bats, they'll just splinter.
You can't change bats, by the way, if it's not broken. Can you imagine changing a bat every time based on the count? I mean, now we're really into the analytics. You got a shorter bat when you get to 2 strikes, and well, you can't do that. So just had a vision of the next level for hitters. VR gets jammed. A little flare back is Seager. He's got it for the out.
I know guys that you know, change bats, you know, throughout, you know, the course of the season. You might use a lighter bat at the end of the season, you know, depending on who's pitching. I know that, you know, back when I was playing, there were some guys on the Brewers that would use a different bat. When a guy like, you know, Charlie Huff was pitching, a knuckleballer, guy that doesn't throw that hard. Not sure if you see much of that anymore. Guys used to move around the batter's box based on who's pitching.
Right.
Guys are pretty, you know, locked into where they're going to be in the batter's box these days. They don't move around too much.
Orlando Arcia now. He's on the first pitch. He fouls it off.
Get a guy with that big curveball, or even, you know, a good sinker. You might move up a little bit. I know Mahler and Yount did that. So I guess if it's good enough for those 2 guys, I mean, I think everybody should probably do it, right?
There's a story, I will not name the player, but I witnessed it. He was getting jammed, and it didn't break his bat, but there's a couple of pitches, and it was cold, and he got lit up. His hands were just buzzing.
Yeah.
And this is in the minor leagues. He told his manager, or told the umpire, I broke my bat. I need to go back to the dugout, get a new bat. They just kept him in the bat rack. No bat boys brought it out. And he kind of faked like he was switching bats. He didn't switch bats, but he put on one of those little thumb guards. He had to go find it in the dugout. There's a swing and a foul in and out of the glove of Grandal.
Yeah, that nerve that runs between your index finger and your thumb when you get jammed a lot, that thing blows up. And once it blows up, it might never go away completely throughout the season. Ryan Braun has an issue with that nerve in his hand.
I will tell you that this player once in the major leagues splintered a bat and got caught for corking his bat. Same guy.
So now you're whittling it down a little bit.
So he's a bat manipulator, this particular player. Whatever it took to get through the at bat.
Was it cork or Super Balls?
No, it was cork.
Cork.
What do you know about Super Bowls?
Well, guys have been caught doing that. Big leagues.
No balls, 2 strikes on Arcia. 1 man out, and Arcia pulls one through. Base hit. Hung right in there with it. That pitch was 71 miles per hour. And just waiting on gravity to take effect. Arcia finally gets it to the plate. Look at this.
Yep, sidearm up and in, and Arcia able to get on top of it. Almost had to get off his feet and jump for it to level on it. And able to find the hole in the left field.
So 2 on, 1 out. Garza is officially done. Craig Counsell sends up a pinch hitter, which is very early to get into your bench when you have a 4-man bench. Nick Franklin will bat in this 4th inning. And Garza goes 4 with 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned. And we'll have to see if this is an injury situation or a strategy situation. Maybe both. Sophie is on it. Nick Franklin, as a right-handed batter, is hitless this year, 0 for 13. He's coming off a good game in New York. He got a start against the Mets, and he played well. Not only did he have a couple of hits, but he had an outfield assist in that game as well on Thursday.
Yep, early in the game. And the Brewers ended up winning that one 2-1.
Two on, 1 out. Hill is really laboring himself. A lot of deep counts, taking some time between pitches. You can tell he just doesn't feel quite right.
Yeah, Dodgers bullpen's busy.
Franklin, naturally a right-handed hitter, like most kids who end up as switch hitters. You end up evolving as a better lefty. That's certainly the case for Franklin. And most of that has to do with volume, because as you come up through the amateur ranks, there aren't many left-handed pitchers, and even in the big leagues,
right,
it's about 1/3. And so Franklin said he'd go years where he wouldn't even bat right-handed. And a swing and a miss. Hill strikes him out.
Yeah, Franklin this year 61 at-bats right-handed. Or I should say left-handed, and 13 at-bats, 14 now as a right-handed hitter. So a lot more as a lefty.
That'll take us back to the top of the order. Keon Broxton. Rich Hill with 5 strikeouts. These are the spots the Brewers are trying to get better with runners in scoring position. Because as much as we talk about the starting pitching and the bullpen, and yes, they have blown a couple of saves here over the last 10 days. But from an offensive perspective, they shouldn't even be in those situations, because there have been so many runners on base.
Yeah, Brewers hitting .251 coming into play with runners in scoring position, and they had a stretch. Remember in the last homestand, they were very good with runners in scoring position. Not very good on the last road trip. In New York, they struggled.
Now those are the numbers of the last 12 to drop the overall batting average to .251. It was up there among league leaders. So Counsell's very philosophical about it all. He says, well, we are getting ourselves in position, and it is cyclical. It's just like anything else in baseball. You get on hot streaks, you get in slumps, and Counsell says, I'd rather have runners on base and put ourselves in those positions. So what would you rather be, 3 for 3 with runners in scoring position, or 3 for 15? That means you're getting a lot of people on, and
yeah,
the stages are set.
As long as you're driving in runs. I mean, you're right, though. I mean, the more opportunities these young guys get with, runners in scoring position, tough spots in the game, the more experience they get, the better off they're going to be. Sometimes you put too much pressure on yourself in these spots.
Yeah, that's usually the case, right? It's all contagious. They say hitting is contagious, so is lack of hitting.
Right.
2 on, 2 out. 2-2 pitch, and Broxton rolls one to third. Hernandez will go to the bag, and 2 are left stranded. 4 in the books. We go to the 5th. Dodgers are come to bat, and the Brewers lead them 3-2.
At the 3-2 lead for the Brewers, and the big story in baseball today, we go to Toronto where the Blue Jays are hosting the Yankees, and it was a nightmare of a day for Jason Grilli. He gave up 4 solo home runs in the 8th. The first one to Brett Gardner gave them a 4-0 lead. He recorded 2 outs and then went back to back to back with Matt Holliday, Starlin Castro, and Didi Gregorius. That is the first time that the Blue Jays have hit, or the Yankees, excuse me, have hit 3 consecutive home runs since June of 2012.
Tell you, the Yankees are rolling right now. Toronto playing very well going into that series, and the Yankees have put it to them the last couple of days. And now 32-21 the Yankees, sitting atop their American League Eastern Division. New pitcher is Oliver Drake. Garza's out after 4 innings. Uncertain if he left due to injury after that collision with Aguilar. But it is Drake here in the 5th. Brewers lead 3-2.
You got to believe it. That injury had something to do with it. That collision had something to do with it, because 4th inning is a little early to be pulling your starter for a pinch hitter. Not Aguilar's fault, I don't think. I mean, he was just trying to get to the bag and ran into Garza, hit him in the pitching shoulder.
Garza did finish the inning. As a matter of fact, got out of a bases loaded jam by retiring the final 2 hitters in that inning, Hill and Utley, and then went back to the clubhouse, and then a flurry of moves for the Brewers. There's a shot. Oh, what a pickup by Arcia. My goodness. Whew. That kid can flat out pick it. And that was one of his better plays of the year right there.
You know what? He makes it look easy. He really does. He makes really difficult plays look very easy, and they're far from it. Watch the way he gets down and is able to handle this hop. He goes down as low as he can, gets his eyes to the level of the baseball as best he can. Able to pick it, spins around, and throws to first. Now, the skills that he shows on a daily basis, you can't teach a lot of that stuff. You either have that or you don't. Look at the hands on the backhand. That's a tough play. Good soft hands, able to keep it in the glove and get the out.
Yeah, we talk about shadows for the hitters, you know, dealing with the shadows here at Miller Park. That ball must have had a strobe effect going through the shadows. Still makes an impressive play. That ball left the bat at 106 miles an hour. And that shift was on and in the perfect spot. Brewers get way more outs in the shift than they give up. When you see ground balls go in what would be traditional defensive positions. I mean, we sit here, we watch all these games, and I would say, I don't have any numbers to back it up, but I'm guessing it's about 3-1.
Well, no doubt. I mean, a lot of the hits, you know, broken bats, little flares to the opposite field that you really can't defend against anyway. Yeah, in this case with Grandal at the plate, you got Shaw, the third baseman, playing up the middle as a shortstop. Every now and again, they're going to stick the bat out there, hit a ground ball down toward third base, but you're not defending against that. You're defending against where he hits the ball when he hits it hardest.
So Shaw in what would be traditionally a shortstop position. He's the third baseman over there. And Grandal fouls it away a little bit late. Grandal, the man who sent the game into extra innings last night. Home run off Knebel with 1 out in the 9th inning in a 1-0 game. Ross Stripling is loosening in the Dodger bullpen. Down the left field line, slicing foul. This was the home run last night. Knebel had it rolling, but got behind in the count with 1 away. And Grandal got a 3-1 pitch, and he didn't miss it.
Hit a home run in the 9th after striking out 3 times. Had a lot of success against him up in the zone, not that last time.
Drake, the split finger specialist, misses up and away. Oliver Drake, former Oriole. Brewers got him after the Orioles took him off their roster. That one's into center, and Broxton is there. 4 out, number 2. Hit it on the barrel, but right at the Brewers center fielder.
Hey, make sure you're at the ballpark on Friday, June 16th, because the first 20,000 fans in attendance for the Crew's game against the Padres will get a fan-designed T-shirt courtesy of Hupy and Abraham. Go to Brewers.com to reserve your spot today. A fan-designed T-shirt.
That's a good idea.
That means a fan designed it.
Oh, really? Good work, Rock. I mean,
that's what I do. I analyze
that's
things.
Next level analysis right there.
Not many people
You
would
know,
have
I
known
was
that.
wondering who designed those fan-designed T-shirts.
Fan-designed T-shirt. A fan did that.
I'm all in for the Rock designed T-shirts. Just a blank shirt with a thumbprint.
Yeah. I wonder what that would look like.
They're pretty good. Big Rock on there. By the way, your shoe game today is fantastic.
Yep. Got the wing tips, the Brewer wing tips.
I'd ask you to lift your leg, but I really don't want to ask you that.
I don't want to blow out a hamstring.
I wonder how we can somehow display those.
Oh, too late.
It's a ground ball to Arcia.
Don't let the game get in your way.
And the inning is over. That was close. You found a slight twinge in the calf, didn't you, right there, that 2-foot lift.
Achilles gone.
And neither of the starters today are going to be able to go past 4. Garza 4 innings. Felt like he'd left due to injury. And Rich Hill's out after 4 innings. Ross Stripling is in early from the Dodger bullpen. He'll face the Brewers in the 5th. Santana leads off.
Yeah, ordinarily you're feeling pretty good when you get the starter out of the ball game, but not necessarily with the Dodgers. They have the best bullpen earned run average in the National League by a large margin at 254 earned run average. And Stripling off to a good start this year.
Still no report from the clubhouse whether Garza left due to injury or not. We can assume that there was something there. That collision with Aguilar. You don't see starting pitchers leave the game with a lead before they've qualified for a chance to win. But until we hear otherwise. And Rich Hill had a high pitch count through the first 4 innings. Did strike out 5, but gives up 3 runs, 2 earned. So it's a bullpen game. And Domingo Santana takes a strike. At the plate, presented by Wendy's. Santana with a double to right field in the first. He flew out to left in the 3rd inning. Ross Stripling, a member of the best bullpen in the National League, the Dodger bullpen. Their relief pitcher ERA is 2.54. The next best ERA, the Chicago Cubs, 3.20.
Yeah.
Significantly better.
Man, Stripling last pitched on Wednesday against the Cardinals in St. Louis. Took a loss. Through a couple of innings, gave up a run.
And he strikes out Santana to start the inning. 1 away.
Dodger bullpen pretty impressive last night as well. There's that 4-seam fastball. Outside corner, and Domingo comes up empty.
So 1 out. Here comes Aguilar, who's driven in 2 of the 3 runs today for the Brewers. Drove in a run on an error by the third baseman Hernandez in the 1st inning. And then he hit a homer the next time up. .881 OPS for Aguilar right now. It's impressive. considering he's been a in and out player. Craig Counsell refuses to acknowledge starters versus bench. He says we don't have it that way. We have players in the lineup on given days in certain matchups, and there is no hierarchy of players, whether they start and play every day or what would normally be thought of as a bench player, because the bench players are playing a lot.
A lot of managers will say that, but it really doesn't play out that way. But it has with the Brewers. I mean, he does use every one of his guys on a regular basis. I mean, nobody really is in one of those spots where they're never getting any playing time or any starts. Just about everybody on the bench gets to play a little bit every day because of the double switches and the pinch hitting. I think Aguilar has been a nice surprise. There's been a lot of nice surprises with this team so far, but Aguilar, nobody knew anything about him going into spring training.
No, he just could not fight his way out of the Indians minor leagues. He was stuck in AAA and producing monster numbers at the AAA level, but the Indians were very well set at the big leagues, and Terry Francona, he's not a guy to be moving parts around either. He had a pretty set roster, especially with his position players. Carlos Santana playing first base every day there. Aguilar strikes out, and Grandal will secure it at first. Back-to-back Ks for Stripling. 2 outs in the inning. So 2 outs, and Travis Shaw will bat, who has walked and struck out today. You could put Shaw in that category as well, even though he'd had a little more big league time than Aguilar and had a good run in the first half with the Red Sox last year. Still a bit of an unknown. Brewers were looking for somebody to take that third base job. They thought Shaw might be the one. But figuring worst case scenario, you'd have a platoon over there. But that really hasn't come to pass, as Shaw leans out on one and delivers it to right. Base hit. He slowed down that bat to wait on the pitch, and a base hit.
Yep, a breaking pitch, and actually a changeup that time. Changeup up out over the plate. Yeah, pretty good swing by Shaw, just trying to put it in play, and he does that. Nothing like with a new team getting off to the start that he was able to get off to early in the year. He was red hot. Extra base hit, driving in runs.
That brings up Hernan Perez, base runner with 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th, 3-2 Brewers, and a wave and a miss. Stripling has an array of off-speed offerings.
Throws all 4 basically. Curveball, slider, changeup, fastball, 4-seamer, 2-seam fastball. So yeah,
can give you multiple innings. Matter of fact, he pitched 3 scoreless innings against the Cubs. That was on their Dodgers last homestand. That was May 27th. He got his first career save that day. Stripling has worked in over 30 innings this year, which is top 5 in the National League among relievers. And he strikes out Perez to end the inning. 3 Ks in the inning. We go to the 6th. The Brewers are up 3-2. Got another tight one here at Miller Park.
checking in on Marlins Park, where Edison Volquez is absolutely dealing. He has a no-hitter through 7. The pitch count important here. He's at 75 pitches, 49 of those for strikes. He has just 1 walk on the night and 6 strikeouts. So we'll keep an eye on that. Edison Volquez, again, a no-hitter through 7 in Miami. And an update for you guys on Matt Garza. He left today's game with a chest contusion. He is considered day-to-day.
All right, thanks a lot, Sophia. So you have a collision with Jesus Aguilar, and you figured there was a reason why he was out, and now we have it. And hopefully Garza won't have to miss a turn in the rotation. He exits with 4 innings in the books and 2 runs, 1 earned. Got out of a big bases loaded jam, so he's pitching injured and getting out of a jam in that 4th inning. 2nd inning for Oliver Drake, and Bellinger bounces 1 foul.
Well, you wonder how serious that injury is going to be for, the Brewers. I mean, Garza. They call it a chest contusion. I guess it's a good thing it wasn't on the shoulder.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like they were, looking at the shoulder, maybe the collarbone. A strike from Drake. 1 and 2 the count. Brewers lost their opening day starter, Junior Guerra, for 6 weeks. Just got him back. He's made 2 starts since returning. Ryan Braun's been in and out of the lineup all through the month of May and starts the month of June on the disabled list. Brewers had to remove their closer, Neftali Feliz. Corey Knebel's taken over that role, and he's had his troubles as well. He's been dominant at times, but 2 blown saves. And that all speaks to Craig Counsell's point that it's not like the Brewers are clicking on all cylinders here to find themselves atop the division. There's a lot of room for improvement. As Craig says, there is a higher ceiling to obtain. So I think if you're a Brewer fan right now, you're extremely positive.
Yep, hanging in there through a lot of different ups and downs.
Strikeout for Drake. He surprised him there with a fastball, and he picks up his first K. And Bellinger is gone.
Already Bellinger's 50th strikeout this year. I mean, he does hit the long ball, but he punches out at a pretty good clip. That was a good pitch on the outside corner.
This is game 37 for Bellinger.
Right.
Well, Counsell's going to take the ball from Drake, and he'll play matchups here. 1 out in the 6th. Here comes Jared Hughes sprinting his way in.
Call the Brewers by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. They get 40 tickets to a Friday night game in the Miller Lite Beer Pen. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin. And Miller Lite, you know where Richfield is?
Yeah. Spent a lot of time there. No, I haven't. haven't been there. I got to be honest.
Dane County, out there by Madison. Actually, no, not Madison. It's up 43.
You got to get that together, man. If you're going to be throwing out trivia like that on geography in Wisconsin.
I was right about Dane County, though.
Jared Hughes on the mound for the Brewers. Bases empty. And Chris Taylor at the plate. There's a strike. So why the pitching change, you think, at this point? Not to change subjects, but.
Well, again, Oliver Drake is a left-handed specialist for the Brewers. They got a bunch of lefties in there. They don't want to climb the pitch count too much, and he's more comfortable with Hughes against these right-handers.
There's a base hit by Taylor. And he greets Hughes with a single. The Brewers do not have a lefty in their bullpen, but Drake is the guy to match up against those lefties.
And with the splitter. Yeah, Hughes with the two-seam fastball. It wasn't a bad pitch. It was down and in, and Taylor able to center on it. So you got to deal with Drake almost with Craig Counsell as though he was a left-hander, and now that the right-handers are coming up, he wants his right-hander in.
That makes sense. Drake retired 4 straight. Now Kike Hernandez is up. Runner at first. Hernandez, despite his playing time that is not so consistent, he's in there a lot because he's a utility man, but certainly not considered an everyday player. He's up there in the league leaderboard in doubles.
Very interesting approach up there at the plate, the way he kicks that front foot out and just kind of points it straight out until he's ready to start his swing. Unusual.
Hits it hard, and it's past Shaw. Base hit. Taylor's going to hold around second. Back-to-back singles against Jared Hughes. 2 on, 1 out.
It's kind of his way of staying back as opposed to the high leg kick. So here's another two-seam fastball. This one out over the plate, and Hernandez is able to find the hole in the left. So Hughes with a couple of pitches up in his zone, getting his ground balls, but the Dodgers are finding the holes.
Now hitting him hard. Well, if the Dodgers want to punch a hole in Craig Counsell's plan, they would chase Hughes in this inning. Counsell now hoping to get his sinker ball pitcher through this 6th inning without surrendering the lead. 2 on, 1 out. Yasiel Puig at the plate. Pitcher spot due up next. Dodgers have already sent Franklin Gutierrez to the on-deck circle. Remember last time up, Puig was at the plate with 2 on. We told you he leads the league in double plays grounded into. And what a play by Bandy, man.
Yeah, made that one look easy. That was you just throw your glove out there, you hope for the best. You hope to just knock it down, let alone keep it in the glove. Look how far outside that is. Able to catch it. Good hands.
That doesn't show up anywhere in the box score, but those who keep the catching statistics internally call that a catcher save. Keeps the runners at first and second. Keeps a double play in order. As the strike zone has been elevated, Jared Hughes has found himself trying to find areas to pitch to. Not getting a lot of low strikes called these days. Runners go. Bandy's throw to third. He is late. Boy, both runners got big jumps.
That's 5 stolen bases for the Dodgers, and they came in with 22 for the year. 5 today.
It's a double steal, Taylor and Hernandez.
No chance for Bandy.
Well, now do you walk Puig? You know they're going to pinch hit for the pitcher next. So you're going to have to pitch to him. Similar situation last inning. It was an intentional walk, but that was still with Hill in the game. Now that gets by Bandy, and the tying run scores. Boy, did that unravel quickly for the Brewers. Got one out, nobody on, a pitching change. And Hughes is having a tough go.
Yeah, rough outing for Jared. I mean, a couple of base hits. He's been all over the place, and now a wild pitch to score a run. Similar to the pitch that Bandy was able to pick on a short hop, but yeah, clearly off the outside corner, and Taylor able to walk across home plate.
Dodgers have scored 2 runs in this game without benefit of a hit. They scored a run on an error. Here's one on a wild pitch. Puig bangs one through. That's a base hit and an RBI. Dodgers have the lead 4-3. Well, that plan blew up in a hurry.
Yeah. And
3 straight hits.
And normally Jared Hughes so good at getting his ground balls. He has gotten the ground balls, but Dodgers have hit him hard, and all 3 times he's found a hole. Puig able to find the hole right by Arcia and into left field.
Just can't find the spot.
Well, that's what Hughes is shaking his head at. He's getting ground balls. 3 hits, 3 ground balls, all finding their way into the outfield. You can only get the ground ball. You can't determine where they're going to hit it.
So the Dodgers are going to bring on a pinch hitter. Franklin Gutierrez will bat. Willie Peralta is getting loose in the Brewer bullpen. 2 runs are in for LA. 3 straight hits. Peralta is going to need a while to get loose. Remember, he was a starting pitcher, and he's not one of those guys that can get ready quickly. So you figure Hughes has probably 2 more batters.
Yeah. This one and Utley.
He'd love to get a double play to get out of this inning. That would clean things up. It's been a Brewers bullpen that has been very good, but they've run into some hard times. Franklin Gutierrez as a pinch hitter is 4 for 10.
They're trying to keep Puig close because you know he's going to try and steal. Dodgers stealing on the pitchers today, not necessarily Jet Bandy.
Hughes takes a while to unravel at 6-7. There's a strike. Dodgers won yesterday in 12 innings. Had a home run in the 9th to tie it from Grandal, and then Cody Bellinger hit a game-winning homer in the 12th. First matchup of the year. Dodgers took 5 out of 7 against the Brewers last season.
Yeah, you compare today's game to yesterday's game. We were in the 9th inning in yesterday's game right now.
Is that right?
2 hours and what, 20 minutes, 15 minutes. That's how quickly that game went yesterday with that pitching. Kershaw, Nelson.
If this was golf, they'd be on the clock. A funereal pace. think the Brewers trying to do all they can to maybe take a little bit out of the legs of Puig. It's now 5 throws to first base. No balls, 1 strike on Gutierrez. Shift is on for him. Puig's dancing over there. And Hughes delivers. Fastball misses.
And just don't forget about the hitter, though. Don't spend so much time on the runner that you make a mistake to the guy at the plate.
Eats him up with that sinker. 1-2 the count on Gutierrez. Yasiel Puig is the Dodger leader in steals. He has 6 of them. He's only been caught twice. Hughes with throws to first and some holds. Puig is very much aware that Hughes is trying to keep him close. Bandy throws well.
I think Chase Utley's close enough to home plate on deck.
Yeah, he does stand right there. Huh?
He's right there. He's got the weight right there, and
he's trying to get the best look possible at Jared Hughes. There goes Puig. Bouncing ball. Hughes will make the play to first. Out number 2. Puig was in motion. He ends up in scoring position. At what point do you cross a line, you know, that unwritten barrier that you're too close?
Well, I guess if you're the Brewers, you can you know, tell the umpires you want Utley back in the on deck circle. Problem is your guys do that too. Maybe not that close, but I mean, who actually stands in the on deck circle?
Right.
There have been in the past, I mean, we're talking about years ago, where guys will be standing there a little bit too close to the plate with guys warming up, and they'll get drilled.
They'll sling one by them.
They will. Buzz the tower and make sure they don't stand there. I mean, pitchers get a little bit cranky over that stuff.
Yeah.
Hitters trying to time them out when they're warming up.
2 outs. Puig at second base. Utley fouls it away.
Now Corey Seager is in a good spot.
Yeah.
Right by the on deck circle.
He's legit. I remember Will Myers from the Padres. He's the guy that stands the closest. He gets hit all the time by foul balls.
Right. You see that on deck circle right by Seager. He's about what, 2 feet from the on deck circle. Utley was halfway on the grass toward home plate.
Ground ball to third. And that's what he gets for standing so close. A 5-3 put out. Not a good inning for Hughes, though. 2 innings, 2-run score. It's 4-3 Dodgers now.
Game break, we go back to Marlins Park, where Miami starter Edinson Volquez is continuing through his no-hitter. He is now through 8. He had 86 pitches. He walked Chris Herman, but gets Brandon Drury to ground into this double play, 5-4 to 3. Again, the pitch count still in good shape at 86 pitches, so we'll keep an eye on Volquez as he goes for the no-hitter.
All right, that's one to watch. Edinson Volquez making a little history, perhaps. Chris Hatcher will pitch for the Dodgers. So they get good work from Ross Stripling. He goes an inning with 3 Ks, and now here in the bottom of the 6th inning, Hatcher will take over. The Dodgers now lead.
Yeah, he last pitched on Tuesday against the Cardinals. Those 28 innings out of the bullpen, good for 7th in the league. Had a really good month of May. 17 punch-outs and 1 walk.
Jed Bandy on the first pitch, pops it foul and out of play. Well, the Brewers had a lead going into the 6th inning. Jesus Aguilar hit a home run in the 3rd to give the Brewers the lead after the Dodgers had tied it. A 2-run score. RBI single by Puig. Another run came in on a wild pitch. Bandy is 0 for 1 with a walk. And a swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Might be a good time to break out Rock's rally shoes here. I noticed when we were talking about your fine footwear that you were having a tough time actually showing the country. There's a fly ball to right. It's got some carry to it, and Puig makes a catch just in front of the wall. I thought we'd do you a favor and snap a photo, and then be the best way to show everybody what you got going today. It's really good. I mean, those are really good shoes.
Yep, the old Alan Edmonds, specially made. You got the ball and glove logo, number 21 on there, and you can't buy those off the rack. I mean, they're special order
for a special guy. Those are, you know what those are? Those are win shoes. Those are days you wear when you need a win, and the Brewers would like to cash in on some of that karma.
Buddy Bob Steffes at Alan Edmonds hooked me up. You want a pair of those?
I love everything about. I have a pair.
You have some of those?
They're blue. Yeah.
Why don't you wear them?
Well, I will. I have. I wore them at the on deck event.
They're all blue
with some gold trimming. I love them.
I wear those in the clubhouse and up in the press level. You know how many people would love to be able to have a pair of these?
There's a swing and a miss by VR. I didn't know you were wearing those today. We could have coordinated. We could have gone matchy-matchy.
I just kind of felt like that when I was getting dressed today. I said, I'm going to wear the shoes today.
The rally shoes.
Yeah, it was a long day, long night.
Tough loss last night.
I'm get up early and feeling a little bit tired. You put these shoes on, it's just instant energy. It's like drinking an energy drink. Thanks, Bob.
Well, it's a great company. We love them. And I think Mark Atanasio saw those shoes once and said, I got to get a pair of those. So they're spreading fast. Well, let's see if they actually work today. Brewers are behind. 1-2 the count. VR strikes out. Well, the K's are coming fast for this club right now. Man, 26 strikeouts last night by the Brewer offense, and that is number 9 here today already. Hey, Brewers fans, if you can't catch the games on television, you can stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app, take Fox Sports Wisconsin and Brewers baseball with you wherever you go. 2 up, 2 down for Hatcher. And here comes Arcia now. Singled his last time up. Oh, big swing by Orlando. You don't see him hack like that very often.
Nope. Yeah, Hatcher, pretty good fastball, mid-90s, slider, curveball to go with it. Actually, change up. that slider. Spent a lot of his career with the Marlins.
No balls, 2 strikes on Arcia. Stripling got through the 5th. Hatcher here in the 6th. Dave Roberts is going to ask his bullpen to give him 5 innings here today. The starter Rich Hill out after 4. Dodgers don't have many holes in their roster, that's for sure. That's why they are considered as one of the best teams in the National League. They've been sputtering along a little bit with the 2 losses in St. Louis, but they've still won 7 of their last 9 games. They had a huge month of May, got off to a slow start in April, and a strikeout on Arcia to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, couple of Ks.
Dodgers, and you can join the Brewers Community Foundation in their season-long effort to make a difference in our community by purchasing 50/50 raffle tickets at every home game. Proceeds will support nonprofit organizations in the areas of health, education, recreation, and basic needs. One lucky fan will take home half of the game day ticket sales.
All right, Sophia, thanks. Here we go to the Dodger half of the 7th inning. Eric Sogard is going to enter the game at short. It's going to be a double switch for Craig Counsell because he's got Willie Peralta on the mound, and I'm sure he's going to ask Peralta to give him a couple of innings if possible. So Sogard will lead off next inning. And the double switch as we get to inning number 7. Dodgers now lead 4-3, scoring twice in the 6th. They'll have Seager, Grandal, and Gonzalez coming up.
Yeah, Willie pitched Tuesday, took a loss against the Mets in New York. An inning in the 3rd, give up a run. A walk-off winner for the Mets.
Seager, the reigning Rookie of the Year in the National League. Walked twice, he scored a run, he's grounded out. Sophia's keeping an eye on that Edinson Volquez bid for a no-hitter in Miami today. It's a 3-0 Marlins lead over the Diamondbacks, and they are headed to the top of the 9th. Volquez trying to become the 6th Marlin to throw a no-hitter.
Must have that changeup working pretty good today. He's got a good one. A lot of Volquez when he was a member of the Reds.
Yeah, Volquez and Cueto. One ball, one strike. And Seager fouls it back. 1-2 the count. Matter of fact, the no-hitter in the postseason, the Roy Halladay no-hitter for the Phillies. Volquez was the pitcher for the Reds that game, the opposing pitcher. '10 was that year. For such a young franchise to have 5 no-hitters already.
Yeah.
The Marlins. Al Leiter was the first. Kevin Brown, A.J. Burnett, Anibal Sanchez, and then remember the last day of the year, 2013, Henderson Alvarez.
Right.
Do a no-hitter.
One on a wild pitch.
That's right. They went on a wild pitch. Wasn't he on deck?
Yeah, he was.
He was never going to bat, but
right.
He was on deck. Full count to Seager. Shot foul. Yankees shut out the Blue Jays earlier today. Yankees stay hot. 7-0 was the final there. Yankees now 11 games over 500. The team with the best record in the American League and the best record in baseball, the Houston Astros. They beat Texas last night. Dallas Keuchel came back from the DL, pitched a gem. Astros have won 8 straight now. They've won 9 of their last 10, 39-16 for the year, and a 12.5 game lead in the division already.
Right.
Man.
The only team over 500 in that division.
Down the left field line, slicing, and it is foul, not by much. Astros will be in Arlington tonight. That Texas rivalry that the Rangers dominated last year, different story this season. Cubs beat the Cardinals again today. Showed you that grand slam by Schwarber. So the Cubs are now at 500, 27-27. Cardinals go a game under 500. Brewers are still the only team over 500 in the Central. Seager pops this one up. Out to Perez in left, and Peralta finally retires Corey Seager. Long battle there.
Just kept pumping in that 2-seam fastball, that sinker. Finally able to get him. Kept throwing strikes.
Here's Yasmani Grandal. The other final in Kansas City hosting Cleveland. Royals beat the Indians 12-5. Indians are right there in the picture in the AL Central. The AL Central very similar to the NL Central. A surprise team at the top. Minnesota leads that division, but they're all bunched up pretty tight, hovering around 500. Right off the end of the bat, foul ball, 0-2 the count. No balls, 2 strikes on Grandal. And he got a high fastball. 2 gone. Let's check in with Sophia. What's going on in Miami, Sophia, with Volquez?
Well, Edinson Volquez came in for the 9th, and all he did was strike out the side. Nick Ahmed, Daniel Descalso, and Chris Owings gets that final out. A complete game, no-hitter for Edinson Volquez.
Wow, big news for him. Congratulations to Edinson Volquez. He becomes the 6th to throw a no-hitter. First career no-hitter.
And that is a ton of no-hitters for a team that hadn't been around all that long.
And 10 strikeouts. 98 pitches is all it took him to get through that one.
He's always had the stuff to do it.
Major surgery, had Tommy John surgery. So our first no-hitter of the season comes on June 3rd.
That's the thing about major leagues. You know, I mean, every pitcher that toes the rubber in the major leagues has the opportunity to do something like that. You never know when you're going to, you know, take them out in the first inning and just have it. You just have all your pitches working for you. You get some breaks, and you can throw a no-hitter. You don't have to be an all-star to throw a no-hitter. They all have it in them.
1 ball, 1 strike. Adrian Gonzalez bounces one off his foot. A foul ball. Yeah, something you can never take away, right? I mean, a no-hitter in the big leagues.
Yeah.
Something special.
If they didn't have the stuff, they wouldn't be in the major leagues to start with.
And you always consider the catcher in a no-hitter. JT Realmuto was the catcher today, so he'll be a part of that history as well.
Yeah.
Just like you were with Juan Nieves. Brewers have had just the 1 no-hitter.
Had a lot of near misses over the years.
Fly ball left field, slicing. Perez, he's got it. He was fighting the sun a little bit, makes a catch. 1-2-3 inning for Willie Peralta. Stretch time at Miller Park. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Brewers down. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light beer. Jesus Aguilar hit a home run in the 3rd to give the Brewers the lead. Dodgers snatched it back, though. They scored 2 in the 6th. And that's where we sit, 4-3 LA. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning.
As this game moves along, you wonder if Kenley Jansen's available today. He threw 2 innings last night.
Yeah, good point.
So that's a potential big arm that the Dodgers may or may not be able to throw today.
So Hatcher out for his 2nd inning. Eric Sogard leads off. Sogard came in on the double switch and will lead off in the pitcher spot. Top of the order next, Broxton, then Santana. Brewers matching up against this outstanding Dodger bullpen. Best bullpen ERA in the National League. And the Brewers are down a run Beautiful Saturday, superhero day at Miller Park.
You've been watching the scoreboard today?
Yeah, it's pretty cool out there what they've done with,
Looks like comic strips.
with the names. I saw Iron Man before the game. I think it was the real one from the movie. He looked the part.
Looked like the bobblehead they gave away.
Sogard, the Clark Kent of Major League Baseball. There he is, Rock. Hello. That's good camera work. It's pretty intimidating.
Get that close to him.
I don't think he flew in here, though. Roof was closed.
Iron Man fly.
Oh, sure. Iron Man does everything. That suit, man, that thing, it's got all kind of stuff to it. That's the beauty of Iron Man. You'd enjoy those movies, Rock. You should dive in between watching your reruns of
Go
The
ahead.
Honeymooners.
Go ahead.
Sogard takes ball 4, draws the walk.
This seems to have a knack to get on base. You know what? I do watch those still.
I know you do.
I pop into VCR and
Oh,
I'm ready to go.
VHS.
Yep. Yeah.
All right, well, here comes Keon Broxton. Broxton features the kind of power that can put the Brewers ahead quickly. Brewers trying to get on track here offensively. Had a breakout game against Jacob deGrom and the Mets in game 3 of that series with New York. They won the last 2 to earn a split. The Brewers with 3 runs despite only 4 hits. Broxton scored a run. He had a walk in the first, came around to score. Lead man on, tying run at first, and Broxton a swing and a miss. Keon's hit 6 this season. Homered at Citi Field in New York on the last road trip. He hit a bomb to left field. When he hits them, they usually are with plenty of distance. He found that power too in the big leagues once he dropped his hands down to where he currently holds them. He never had that kind of power.
Well, he's staying back and using his hands, throwing the barrel of the bat at the baseball, and that's where you get your power. Nice and easy. Gets it done.
Looks a lot like Eric Davis. Swipe tag by Gonzalez. He always makes those close. He has such quick hands, and he's left-handed, so he gets the tag down.
Yeah. And sometimes he's going to slap that tag on you. If you go back head first, he'll drop that baseball right on your hand. Pretty quick.
Fans are anxious for some action here. Brewers down a run, 7th inning. Broxton, did he go? He did not. Checks his swing, says the crew chief, Sam Holbrook. Close. Rich Hill started when 4. 3 runs, 2 earned. Ross Stripling went a scoreless inning, and now Hatcher is out for his 2nd inning. Retired the side in order in the 6th. He's walked the leadoff hitter here in the 7th. Brewers have used Garza, Drake, Jared Hughes, and Willie Peralta. Peralta just retired the 2, 3, and 4 hitters of the Dodgers in order with a strikeout. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2-1 now.
You wonder if Sogard's going to be on the move, although you get a chance he's just going to stay put. I mean, Keon has a tendency to swing and miss. You don't want to run into an out. Well, 2-1, a pretty good pitch to run on.
Sogard stays put. Broxton in the air, center field, right center, got some carry, but Taylor is there to make the catch for the out.
And you see Puig flying by right in front of Taylor, just in case the center fielder lost sight of it.
He was fighting with it. He was an infielder most of his career until this season in the big leagues with the Dodgers. Ran to the spot, then had to come in to make the play.
That could be distracting. A big guy like that coming at you.
Puig's the kind of guy you could probably hear running at you. So 1 away. Here is Santana now. Strike 1. Dodger bullpen's quiet. This is Hatcher's inning. Dave Roberts needing one of his relievers to give him multiple innings, and Hatcher's the guy he's landed on for now. It is an interesting question whether Kenley Jansen will be available today or not. After 2 innings yesterday, first time he's gone 2 innings in a regular season game in 4 years. Gives you an idea how much Dave Roberts wanted that game yesterday. Jansen has pitched multiple innings in playoff games recently, but not in the regular season. There's Kenley. He was tough last night. Brewers did put the tying run at third with 1 out last night, but couldn't get him in. One and 1 to Santana. Upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike. Domingo climbing the list on the home run leaderboard. He now has 9 after his home run against Kershaw yesterday. Santana, Shaw behind Thames, who has 14 and is top 5 in the National League. The former Marlin, Chris Hatcher, 32-year-old reliever. Inside, ball 3.
Man, this is where Santana needs to be real selective at the plate right here. I mean, look for a spot, look for a fastball in a certain location. If you don't get it, just take it. You try and find a gap. Right field is where he does a lot of damage.
Sogard with the lead at first. Santana waved out, breaking ball. That gives you an idea about his confidence level with his slider, huh? 3-1 count.
And put it in a good spot down and away. You know, Santana was sitting on a heater.
Former catcher with the Marlins, turned pitcher. Made it to the big leagues as a catcher. And he misses, down and out. First and second now. Tying run moves into scoring position. Good at bat there by Santana again. Here's Aguilar. Jimmy John's delivery of the game in a 2-2 game in the 3rd inning. Aguilar did not miss. Rich Hill tried to sneak one by him, and Aguilar launched one into the Lowe's level in the bleachers.
On a 0-2 pitch. Tried to go up and in, missed his spot, knocked it out of the ballpark.
And again, the Dodger bullpen is quiet. This is Hatcher's inning. Rick Honeycutt on his way out, the Dodger pitching coach. There are a lot of converted catchers into pitchers. It's a familiar position to convert from. You understand that too, because as a catcher you're involved in the game plan and you go through the whole process with the pitcher. So that part's kind of already familiar. Junior Guerra was a former catcher turned into a pitcher. Kenley Jansen was a catcher turned pitcher. But what you don't see a lot of are guys like Chris Hatcher who make it to the big leagues as a catcher and then convert.
Yep.
Now you had a pretty good arm. Did you ever consider pitching at any time?
No. Bad arm. Elbow.
You mean injury? You had a strong arm.
At one time.
Just not. All the pieces weren't all in the right places.
Right. Yeah. Things unravel quickly.
Josh Fields, he's one of the better relievers the Dodgers have. He's getting loose. 2 on, 1 out. Aguilar takes a ball high.
Hatcher not able to get ahead in the count. He's already walked 2. Roxon almost hit one out on him.
Grandal not giving the traditional signs, the finger signs. He's going through almost like a third base coach. And that's how he's giving the signals to his pitcher. I don't know if Hatcher can't see the signals or not, but whatever, they've developed this system.
Well, maybe because of the conditions, maybe it's difficult for him to see. Who knows? But got to get the signs one way or another.
Perhaps it's Grandal's refusal to wear fingernail polish. Two and 0 the count. 2 on for the Brewers. Aguilar fouls it away.
He gets himself right back in the count with a slider.
Seems like his trouble pitch, right?
What they call a balk.
We got a conversation out there at second base with the second base umpire Jim Wolf. They did call a balk.
Called a balk.
So they've advanced the runners, and now Dave Roberts wants an explanation. That was a subtle.
He didn't
call.
stop. He didn't stop. According to second base umpire Jim Wolf.
There's one pump.
I don't know.
I don't see much there. We might have to take another look. Hatcher was as bewildered as anyone. Let's see. This is real time. This is a replay. One.
That there, that little twitch right there. Did you do that all the time? Not sure. Pitch doesn't count either.
Makes it 2-0. Yeah, you wipe off the foul ball. That's what counsel was confirming there, I would assume.
Yep. 2-0.
So how things change, right? Now second and third. 2-0 is the count. A balk advances 2 into scoring position, and a base hit could give the Brewers the lead now. In the dirt. 3 balls, no strikes. This inning is starting to feel a lot like this top of the 6th inning for the Brewers, where Hughes had his troubles. And
but instead of base hits, the Brewers are doing it by the walk.
And a balk. 2 walks and a balk. And the big man at the plate looking to do some damage. You wonder if he's got a green light. 3-0.
You get your best RBI guy on deck. Make sure it's a good pitch.
Travis Shaw, left-handed hitter. Boy, the pace right now, the communication between Grandal and Hatcher is not real good. Going through the signs again.
First base open. Nobody's surprised he throws a slider here.
3-0 the count. And Aguilar takes ball 4. They're loaded up. 3 walks in the inning. Dave Roberts is on his way out. He might be making a double switch here. He is. So a pitching change is coming. And the Brewers forced the hands of the Dodger manager. Just what they wanted to do. 1 man out. Bases loaded. The Brewers threatening as Fields enters. We'll set him up when we continue. Both been disrupted. Council's plan in the 6th, and now Dave Roberts here in the 7th inning. 3 walks by Hatcher has forced the change. Double switch as Brett Eibner will come into play left. And that's going to move Bellinger to first base. And Adrian Gonzalez is out for the Dodgers. That's the change that he makes. That's a big bat out of the lineup. And Rocket's going to be Josh Fields on the pitch. And those numbers tell the story for him this year. He has been lights out.
Yeah, that .81 earned run average ranks 3rd amongst National League relievers. 22 appearances, 27 strikeouts in a little over 22 innings of work. He's only allowed the 1 home run.
Well, let's see if those rally shoes you have on are actually working. The walking shoes have worked. Travis Shaw can deliver a big hit right here in the 7th. 4-3 Dodgers. 1 man out. Dodgers are looking for a ground ball double play to get him out of this inning. And Fields misses down and in. He has got plenty of fastball at 95.
95 plus.
Yeah, he's got a few ticks up from that for sure. Shaw, a low ball hitter. Sogard at 3rd. Santana at 2nd. Aguilar at 1st. 2 balls, no strikes. "27 strikeouts in just 22 innings. And that one's hit hard right field. Way back, Puig. This is up. And it is gone. A grand slam. Travis Shaw. Oh, what a moment. His first career grand slam. rattles the walls of Miller Park. Travis Shaw puts the Brewers on top 7-4.
How about that? 3 walks, home run. Brewers take the lead, and you said it. He's a low ball hitter. Had to count in his favor, sitting all over the fastball, knocked it out of here, just barely able to get it over the wall. And the Brewers with a 7-4 lead.
Wow. Well, you can mark that one as one of the great moments of the year here, Miller Park. Now Perez, he knows it. Way back. 8-4 Milwaukee. Hernan Perez. A solo shot. Number 6. Bernie hits a slide again. And the Brewers go back to back. Shaw and Perez.
The best part of it right there at the end.
Third time this year the Brewers have gone back to back. Shaw's been a part of it twice now. Boy, did this game turn in a flash.
And 3 walks, 2 home runs. It's going to put a big number on this Brewers, or I should say the Dodgers bullpen. Fields had come in with only allowing 1 home run and 2 in back-to-back at bats.
0-1 to Jed Bandy. There's a strike. Well, he knew this one as soon as it left the bat. Look at this reaction.
Yep, fastball. Everybody knew it. These guys are something else, I'll tell you. Horrendous night at the plate last night, and they come back here in the 7th. Put up a 5 spot on the best bullpen in the National League. Never know what you're going to see with these guys.
I mean, there have been some big moments in this ballpark already this year. This ball club has got a little bit of that mojo going this season, right? And
yeah.
those timely hits.
The Mother's Day home run and the comeback against the Mets. Santana grand slam against the Diamondbacks.
Santana's homer against Kershaw yesterday. Yeah. Put Shaw on the list. Put it on the reel, as we say.
And 3 walks got it going.
Jed Bandy with the crowd still buzzing here at Miller Park. That ball's hit well right center. Puig's on the run for this one, and he'll run it down. Good catch by Yasiel Puig. That was a line drive bullet into the gap. And Puig fetches it for out number 2.
Taking it right where it was pitched. Bandy gave that one a pretty good ride, a line drive. Bandy normally more of a pull hitter, but takes that one to the opposite field and nearly gets it over the head of Puig. First out of the inning, or second out of the inning.
Two gone. Here comes Jonathan VR. Josh Fields had only given up 1 home run before today, and gives up back-to-back home runs to Shaw and Perez.
What's that, 2 grand slams for the Brewers in about a week? Pretty close.
First career grand slam for Santana on the last homestand, and Travis Shaw with his first career grand slam. VR fouls it away. Inning started with the Brewers down 4-3. Sogard, who came in on a double switch, led the inning off. And then there were 3 walks from Hatcher. Dave Roberts made the change, bringing on one of his horses in that bullpen. Fields, Travis Shaw grand slam on a 2-0 pitch, and then Perez followed with a long home run to left.
Even the outs were hit hard. Yep, Brock's in the center. Bandy to right.
Two and two the count on VR. Pulls one foul. On the pitching side, the bullpen is quiet for the Brewers. Peralta had a very good 1-2-3 7th inning with a strikeout. And Counsell made the double switch to make sure Peralta could give him multiples. And he's in a position to do that. Peralta's actually on deck. If VR reaches, looks like he's going to get an at-bat.
And you wonder if Knebel's even available today. Back-to-back. He's pitched 3 of the last 4, including 2 in a row.
Might put Barnes in the closing position.
He's thrown a lot as well.
Willie Peralta could make it easy on his manager by finishing it off.
Yeah, I mean, nice.
Just being dominant. I mean, certainly stretched out to do that, having just been taken out of the rotation. VR's got a good battle going here against Fields.
Yeah, both Knebel and Barnes have thrown 3 of the last 4 games and 2 in a row.
So you back it up one more step, maybe Carlos Torres.
And not to say that they're not available. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving. We talk about Jensen not being available, perhaps. Bottom line is, I think that Craig Counsell would be okay with Willie Peralta finishing it up.
Already in thought mode. You're already moving ahead 2-3 steps. Certainly going to let Peralta hit if VR could reach. Bouncing ball. Utley's got it, and the inning is over. But what an inning it was. Mark it down. 7th inning. Brewers Dodgers. Travis Shaw. Grand slam to give him a 7-4 lead. And then Hernan Perez with a little insurance. A little Badger Mutual insurance. 8-4. The Brewers lead it going to the 8th inning at Miller Park. This year, Travis Shaw just put 4 on the board with 1 swing of the bat. Now 40 runs batted in. Shaw with his first career grand slam. Perez followed with home run number 6 for him. And the Brewers now lead 8-4. Third time this year the Brewers go back-to-back. And it has changed the game. And now the attention turns toward Willie Peralta, who worked a 3-up, 3-down 7th. He'll have the 8th. Bellinger, Taylor, and Hernandez will start it. And the best thing Willie Peralta can do right here is shut this inning down quickly for Craig Counsell.
And just keep throwing strikes just like he did in the 7th.
Fastball strike.
This is the nice thing about having a guy like Willie Peralta in the bullpen. You know, a guy in this situation can give you multiple innings.
We were kind of going through the list, you know, off the top of our heads of, you know, great at bats this year, and we'd be remiss not to put Jet Bandy on that list, right? That bat he had against Zach Greinke.
Right, that bases clearing double.
Bellinger bounces. Out there is VR in the grass, and a hot throw, but Aguilar handles it. And the first out of the inning.
That was like one of those hook routes there for a wide receiver. VR got rid of it before Aguilar turned around. The ball was right on him. This is what you like about Aguilar. He understands exactly where VR is. He goes right to first base instead of ranging over and having to make the tough flip over to Peralta. Guy has a good sense for where he is and what's going on around him. Good sense for, you know, where the positioning is on it with everybody, where everybody is.
Here's Chris Taylor. He shows bunt. Taylor singled his last time up. He was a big part of that 6th inning for the Dodgers, the inning they took the lead. He had a single, he stole a base, he scored on a wild pitch. He's been on twice with a walk and a hit. Quickly 0-2. Nothing but strikes from Peralta.
Okay, the Dodgers now down by 4 runs. This is what we were talking about with you know, the double switch. You take Adrian Gonzalez out of the game. Same thing that happened in yesterday's game. Now they're 4 runs down. It's nice to be able to have that guy if you're the Dodgers, but he's no longer in the game.
0-2 the count.
Not often you double switch your cleanup hitter.
And you might not get to that spot. If the Brewers have it their way, you wouldn't. But if the Dodgers have any hopes of a comeback, you're going to be without that kind of bat.
Right. He's done it back-to-back games.
I mean, you lay out the best plans. That's why in the regular season of baseball, one day leads to the next. And so you start backtracking from Kenley Jansen's 2 innings last night. So if you're Dave Roberts, you've got to get multiple innings out of somebody. And that was Chris Hatcher. So he made the double switch to make sure Hatcher could give him multiple innings. And it's all good if your players execute. There's a base hit that's going down the line. That's going to be extras for Chris Taylor. He's into second base with his 2nd hit. So a 1-out double on a 2-strike pitch. Final game of the series tomorrow. Miller Lite, what's on tap? Zach Davies against Kenta Maeda. 12:30 airtime on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Big earned run average for him. Maeda. Davies starting to throw the ball much better.
It's another part of the equation too, right? Maeda's a guy that doesn't go deep in games.
Right.
So you're figuring you'll need bullpen help. That's what's so fascinating about the game and managing the game and being a fan and thinking about players that you see and why decisions are made. It's in the dirt. Taylor's going to advance. That one stung Bandy a little bit. And a wild pitch moving Taylor to third. Dodgers have a chance to score without benefit of a hit right now.
Yeah, the slider just not able to square himself and keep it in front. Kind of trickles to the side. That's all it takes for Taylor to get to third. Bottom of the order for the Dodgers has done a lot of damage today.
Close pitch. Peralta didn't get the call. Kike Hernandez singled and stole a base in the sixth. He was on the back end of the double steal. And now Willie's fallen behind 3-0. There is activity in the Brewer bullpen. It'll be a short leash for Peralta for Counsell. As long as he's dealing, he'll let it ride, but he's got Carlos Torres warming up. There's a strike. Starter turn reliever Peralta. And he walks him. So 2 on with 1 out. And decision time for Counsell.
And here comes Derek Johnson. Little chat with his relief pitcher. Don't quite get the 2-0 slider that Willie threw there with a 4-run lead. It's one of those situations where you go after him. You're at the bottom of the order. The trouble is in a couple of batters. When you get to that top of the order, 3 hitters away. And trouble coming up now.
I figure Willie's got one more hitter. Yasiel Puig coming up. He could make this a 1-run game in a hurry. Carlos Torres ready in the bullpen. Top of the 8th. A grand slam by Travis Shaw put the Brewers on top in the 7th, and then a homer by Perez. The next man up. Back to back go the Brewers. 4-run lead. 2 men are on. 1 out. And Puig, who has singled in a run in this game, at the plate. Brett Eibner due next. He's now in the 9 spot in the order. Came in on the double switch last inning. A hitter with big power as well. That's on the edge. 1-1. We didn't think so.
That was a generous call. That really wasn't close to a strike. The first pitch was more of a strike than the second. Call that a makeup call, maybe?
They do that? There they are.
The second pitch up and away.
Yeah, the one that's way outside was called a strike. A 1-1. Wave and a miss.
He hurt himself. Well, you talk about pulling your head, thinking to get a fastball and knock one into Lake Michigan. That's what he was thinking. Good pitch, outside corner.
One-two now to Puig. On the ground. Sogard's got it. Backhanded to second. VR no chance to first with Puig running. They get it out. A run scores.
That's a nice play by Sogard. Yeah, Willie left that slider. He threw 3 in a row. Left that one up. And Puig got it on the end a little bit. Fortunate. That was a mistake by Peralta. But they get the out at second base.
So an RBI for Puig. It's 8-5 now. Excellent play by Sogard. Big swing by Eibner. Boy, don't throw another one up there, Willie.
Throwing 4 straight sliders. Yep.
Yeah. That had damage written all over it. Eibner just whiffed it, though. Two outs in the 7th. Brewers lead by 3 now. Tying run on deck still. Well, you figure Peralta won't face the tying run if it gets there. Another base runner, and Counsell would make the move. Torres continues to heat up in the bullpen. But boy, it certainly helps you if Willie can get through this inning. 2 balls and a strike on Eibner. And that's in there. Slings one in, a slider. 2-2 now.
Yep, right on the corner. Much better than that first one he threw.
Big pitch coming. Runner goes. And did he go? He did not. And the stolen base for Puig. 6 in the game now for LA. He's in scoring position. 7th overall for Yasiel Puig. Might be Peralta's last pitch. Full count, 2 outs. On the ground, ranging over. Sogard fires across, and it is in time.
Nice play.
Wow, just got him. Sogard had to deal with Shaw too over there at third.
Yeah, and had to get rid of it quickly because he doesn't have near the arm of an Orlando Arcia. And the Dodgers are going to take a look at it. Why not? I mean, that's a big out.
Let's give you a look.
This is a dandy by Sogard. There's a long throw.
Looks like he got him. No review asked for. Yeah, bang, bang. Big play, Sogard. Peralta does get through the 8th inning. Gives up a run. Brewers lead by 3. Coming up, bottom of the 8th.
called Travis Shaw gear. How about that big grand slam he hit to put Milwaukee up? At that point, the Brewers 7 of their last 60 with runners in scoring position. But how about this, Augie? The Dodgers 30-2 this year with leading after 6, so that 7th inning grand slam was huge.
Not only that, you're talking about one of the best bullpens in all of baseball. We talk about it late in the game, getting some good at-bats. The Brewers did that with Sogard, Santana, and Aguilar. Got the at-bat for Travis Shaw, was able to hit the ball in the ballpark. Brewers take the lead.
We've got Brewers Live presented by Ascension postgame coming up. Look at Shaw's grand slam and hear from Craig Counsell. Get you set for Game 3 of the series. And Edison's Volquez no-hitter. We'll take a look back at that and who he dedicated his big day to as well. Pretty prominent in baseball, guys.
All right, thanks a lot. We look forward to that. Brewers Live coming up. Eric Thames will pinch hit for the Brewers. He'll hit for Peralta here in the bottom of the 8th. Brewers lead 8-5. Brandon Morrow is on the mound for LA.
Yeah, veteran Brandon Morrow, he's been around a long time. We saw him with the Mariners, the Blue Jays. He spent some time with the Padres. And now the Dodgers.
At one point in his career with Toronto, he looked like a pitcher who could emerge as an ace starter in a rotation. Morrow is a diabetic and pretty incredible story. He's been able to compete at this high of a level and maintain that disease and manage that disease as he has. He's got a great arm. And he puts one right by Thames for out number 1.
Yeah, he was down in the minor leagues with the Dodgers. 0-5, 6 saves from Morrow, and he got called up before yesterday's game. Second time he's been with in the big league team.
Here's Eric Sogard, his second plate appearance. He drew a walk to start the 7th inning. A 5-run inning sitting on the board for the Brewers, including that Travis Shaw grand slam. Travis's dad, Jeff Shaw, pitched for the Dodgers. That was a big trade that Tommy Lasorda made, then the Dodgers general manager. Finished his career in LA, did Jeff Shaw, was an all-star as a Dodger. Good news to report on Tommy Lasorda as well. He was released from the hospital last week. He's back home. He's having some trouble with his heart, and they fixed the problem, and he's back from the hospital. And all reports, I spoke to Oral Hershiser before the game. They said he's doing well, and that's good news. It was a scary few days there for the Dodger family concerning their legendary former skipper.
Yeah, when you think Dodgers, you think Lasorda, don't you?
He's one of them for sure.
Vin Scully, Tommy Lasorda.
I wonder what Vin Scully's doing in retirement now. The great voice, the greatest voice. Two the count on Sogard. And down he goes. Morrow strikes him out. 2 gone in the inning. Couple of Ks. Back to the top of the order in Keon Broxton.
Had a strikeout there, but how about those 2 defensive plays by Sogard in the 8th? Just incredible.
He's flawless.
I mean, he just doesn't make mistakes. I mean, he just seems to be in the right place at the right time. Doesn't have that big arm, but that was an awfully long throw over to first base to get the out on the Eibner, but he got rid of it quickly, right on the money. Just barely able to get him. Those are 2 really good plays.
He is a winning player, is the best way to describe him, and as a player, the best way to be described. Great leadership qualities, stand-up guy. Broxton, little cue shot. That's going to fall fair. And Broxton thinking about 2. Now he's going to hold up as Puig unleashes a missile from right field.
There's not too many guys in right field that Broxton's going to hold up on that. Yasiel Puig's one of them. He has got a big-time arm. That's a cut fastball that stayed up. Didn't have a whole lot of break to it, right off the end of the bat. And Keon Broxton, more times than not, is going to test the arm of the right fielder on this with 2 outs and nobody on.
Wow. Speaking of Vin Scully, I remember a throw that Puig made a few years back. He threw out a Ramos Ramirez from the wall on the fly to second base. Remember that? In between innings, we went over and we asked Vin, which we always like to do when you're comparing the generations. Say, hey, Vin, what'd that throw remind you of? Anybody in Dodger history? And, you know, you're thinking maybe he'd say Raul Mondesi or somebody like that. And he goes, oh, you know, it reminds me a lot of Carl Furillo.
Right. Isn't that great?
Carl Furillo. You know, to go to the reference books, you know the name Carl Furillo, but Vin's the only guy who saw Carl Furillo play.
Right, to talk to a guy that saw all these Dodger greats.
He was a Brooklyn Dodger in the late 40s and 50s.
Right. Yeah, we all miss him. It's not going to be the same going to Dodger Stadium this year.
And the way Scully says it, it's so matter of fact. You know, coming from somebody like me in my generation, when you look at a guy and you say Carl Furillo had a great career, he played this, you know, you've got facts because you're researching those facts. But then to hear Vin talk about Carl Furillo because he saw it and saw it in person, make that connection, and then right at the end he goes, and you know, they called him the Reading Rifle. Yeah, everybody knows.
Right.
They called him the Reading Rifle, but Vin probably gave him the nickname.
Had some great stories about Jackie Robinson too.
Oh, and he called him Jack.
Yeah.
So you had to kind of follow along with Vin.
The time and you know, he and Jackie Robinson went ice skating.
Right. That's right. Oh man. Now it just got a little sad.
Yeah.
Stories you can never get back. Santana a wave and a miss.
Surprised Broxton hasn't tried to steal here.
Each team with 7 hits. Brewers lead 8-5. One of their hits produced 4 runs. Grand slam by Travis Shaw. 2-2 the count. There goes Broxton, and Santana fouls it away. Well, if the Brewers hang on to win, and they'll have the top of the order to deal with in the 9th, they'll even the series. They'll give themselves a chance to win the series with a victory tomorrow. They were 2 outs away from a win yesterday in a thrilling game that went 12 innings, lasted nearly 4 hours. I think Craig Counsell likes being engaged in games like this right now for this group of players. I mean, these are grind them out kind of ball games you've got going, and you're making a lot of moves, having to decide on pitching changes, big hits.
Important at bats. You're facing some of the league's best pitching.
2-2. Broxton goes. Santana strikes out, and the inning is over. Morrow strikes out the side around a single. So here we go. 9th inning. Carlos Torres has the closer duty today. Under blue skies, beautiful afternoon, and the Brewers lead it as we get into the evening time. Baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Approaching the 7 o'clock hour Central. 8-5 Milwaukee, a hard-earned 8 runs on the board. Grand slam by Shaw, solo shot by Perez, back-to-back homers in a 5-run 7th. And you get an idea that Craig Counsell's bullpen is thin here today. He's got Carlos Torres on to try to save this one. He's got the 9th and the top of the order coming up.
Yep, he does have a save this year. 29th appearance, 310 earned run average. We saw Torres he was here last night. He tossed a perfect inning. A 3-up, 3-down 11th that included a strikeout. Last 12 appearances, he's only allowed 2 runs.
He's the 5th pitcher used by Counsell. Garza, the starter, went 4, had to leave the game with a chest contusion in a collision with Jesus Aguilar, the first baseman. Willie Peralta's in line for the win right now. Chase Utley takes a strike. Peralta goes 2 innings, 1 earned run, a walk and a strikeout. Utley, Seager, and Grandal coming up for LA. Bouncing ball foul. Maybe most notably today, the Brewers get to a Dodger reliever who has not gotten too much. Josh Fields in 2/3 of an inning, giving up 2 hits and 2 earned runs. This entire season leading up to today's game, he had only given up 2 earned runs.
Right.
And only 1 homer, and he gives up 2 home runs in 2/3 of an inning. So he had gone 22 plus innings and only 2 earned runs allowed all season until today. Liner right to Villar, who drops it. Utley stopped. Villar has time and gets the out. Put some drama into that one.
Never put your head down. Now that line drive was going right at Villar. I put my head down and put 4. Utley stops, turns around, and says, I better get to set first base. Wouldn't have mattered. Instead of a 4L, it's a 4-3.
Right. So it looks like a ground out in the book. Here's Corey Seager. Well, Carlos Torres is being asked to take the drama out of this one. There has been plenty in this series already. Man, what a roller coaster for both of these teams in the first 2 games. If you're wondering, Torres has 5 career saves, including the one this season, which he had against the Cubs on May 19th. Had 2 with the Mets back in 2014, and then had a couple last year with the Brewers. I think both of those were in Atlanta, and remember, one of them was a 3-inning save. Then he came back and got another save later in that series. But it is obviously a day when Jacob Barnes and Corey Knebel are not available.
And you can almost predict that just looking at their workload. I can't throw every day.
And that is a 4-pitch walk to Corey Seager. Normally Torres has excellent command. That's why he has been so reliable for the Brewers in his role. But he issues a 4-pitch walk, and that's going to bring Grandal to the plate. Dodgers have 2 players left on their bench, and they're going to need to call on one of them, the next hitter. Big swing by Grandal.
Yeah, they got Barnes on the on-deck circle. Pitcher spot coming up. About a double play ball here.
Okay. Sign up for that. Torres does get a lot of ground balls with that cutter. And there is a ground ball right to Aguilar. He'll go to second, and he hits Seager in the back.
No idea why you do that. No idea why you do that. step on first base, get an out. You got a 3-run lead.
Now the tying run is coming up.
That is not a good decision by Jesus Aguilar. We don't see too many bad decisions by him. You can't throw a baseball through a runner. You can't do it. Step on the bag. You need one more out, and now the tying run comes to the plate.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's just a bad decision. With a 3-run lead in 9th.
Well, get back to the edge of your seat now, because here comes Austin Barnes, and the Dodgers have brought the tying run up. 1 out. 8-5 Brewers lead it. E3 on the call. On the ground, that's going to sneak through, base hit. On the first pitch, they will hold the runner to load the bases.
And you got Bellinger coming up. Man.
1 out, bases loaded, and the Dodgers' best power hitter is coming up. The man who won the game with a home run last night. Last night, 12th inning in a tie game. Neftali Feliz on the mound, tried to sneak a fastball by Bellinger, and he was having none of it. Just launched one halfway up the bleacher in the Loge level. He does strike out a ton, but that's a give and take with him because he hits him as far as anybody. He represents the go-ahead run.
Well, they took a high fastball last night off of Neftali Feliz, and that pitch was in the upper 90s. Got to be careful here.
National League Rookie of the Month, Cody Bellinger. Brewers have a shift on. They have 3 infielders on the right side. Can make for a bit of an awkward double play chance with Shaw, the third baseman, in the shortstop position right now.
Just make sure a 1.
2-0. Just torture if you're a Brewer fan right now. All that work to get to this position. Then a walk, an error, now a single. Two and 0 on Bellinger. 3 balls, no strikes. Nobody warming in the bullpen. Just now there is some stirring out there, but this is Torres' inning.
And you figure it's going to be Scahill if anybody gets up, but nobody really throwing at this point. A walk brings the tying run to second base.
Does Bellinger swing 3-0? He takes, and he takes a strike. Hitters count. Here it comes. Big swing and a foul, and it's 3-2. He was out ahead of it.
Yeah, good cutter right there. Got in on his hands. Yeah, watch the late movement as it gets in on Bellinger right at the last second. Gets him out in front of it.
Chris Taylor due next. A lot of anxiety on this pitch. 3-2 on the way, and a swing and a pop-up foul and out of play. Had a big rip again.
Yep, he was on it. Crowded straight back.
There is no 2-strike approach with this guy. He is
all or nothing.
Hacking.
Strikes out a lot. Hits a lot of big homers.
Torres fell behind him 3-0. Full count. Do it again. Another payoff from Torres. Lost him. Bases loaded, walk. It's 8-6. Tying run to second now. Go-ahead run is on, and Derek Johnson is on his way out, trying to find some magic words for Carlos Torres.
And nothing doing in that Brewers bullpen. This is Torres' inning. Sink or swim. Nothing going on.
Brewers hit those back-to-back homers in the 7th, had a 4-run lead. Dodgers got a run back in the 8th. RBI fielder's choice by Puig. That was after a hit and a walk. And now they've scored in the 9th and have them loaded with 1 out.
Yep, and a base hit ties the game.
Taylor sprays the ball all over the field. He's a balanced hitter, so you don't see a shift on for him. And he has 2 hits today. His last 2 at-bats. Taylor pulled one for a single in the 6th inning. And then he drove on to right field in the 8th inning. He scored twice. One and one. Crowd cheering for a fan who made a nice catch in the stands. Inning started with an out. Torres retired Utley on a ground ball. Actually a line drive that ended up as a 4-3 put out. Here's a 1-1. Taylor takes a strike.
That's about perfect pitch right there. Almost identical to the first pitch of the at-bat.
Torres' desperate need of something good to happen. Taylor has good speed. He's a tough guy to double up. He's got to hit one hard at an infielder. The 1-2 on the way, and he misses high. 2-2 the count. It's just cutter after cutter for Carlos Torres.
Right.
1 speed, 1 break.
He's got the 4-seamer, he's got the curveball, but he hasn't thrown either one of those this entire inning.
Here comes a 2-2 pitch. In the air to center field. Hit well. Broxton on the run. Broxton looks up. It's gone. Grand slam. Chris Taylor. Unreal. Ten to 8 Los Angeles.
Well, errors, walks. That's what happens. That's what happened to the Dodgers when they did it to the Brewers. They walked 3, a home run. Cutter middle in, and Taylor gives it a ride into center field.
Well, you go from the elation. There's a bunt on a hop to Torres for the 2nd out. You go from the elation of a grand slam by Shaw, and you fall to the other end of the spectrum here. This grand slam by Chris Taylor, his 7th home run of the year, his 3rd hit of the game.
One of those games where you don't have any or back end of bullpen guys, and you kind of roll the dice. You hope for the best. Still nothing doing in the Brewers bullpen.
Two outs, Yasiel Puig. Kenley Jansen starting to warm up in the Dodger pen. So after 2 innings yesterday, Jansen going to get right back on the horse. The Brewers will have Aguilar, Shaw, and Perez coming up. A 5-run Dodger inning. Back up the middle. Laying out for it is VR, recovers, and the throw is late. And Puig is on with his second hit. And the inning continues.
Well, VR doing a good job smothering it, but just not able to get up in time to get the speedy Puig at first base. So the inning continues.
And the 8th batter of the inning, I beg your pardon, the 9th batter of the inning, Brett Eibner, is at the plate. There goes Puig. Throw to second is late. And an insurance run in scoring position for LA.
Well, they've been running wild today. Keep in mind they only had 22 stolen bases coming into today's game. What's that, 6? 6 today. Yeah, perfect throw is probably going to get Puig, but it wasn't.
I'm not sure what we're looking at here, but some sort of question has come up from Craig Counsell. Umpires are going to take a look. Dave Roberts wants an explanation. So they're going to a review.
I'm not sure why Puig doesn't grab the bag with his lead hand. That hand right there in front does not get the base. The back one does, and does he come off the bag? That's the question, I guess.
VR kept the tag on him. The hand's clearly off the base.
No, the foot was on.
Yeah.
Well, I think by the time VR took the tag off of Puig, that's about the time where the hand exchanged places with the foot. There it is. The foot is on there.
Yeah.
I don't get why Puig doesn't grab the bag with his lead hand, lead arm. It would be moot. I mean, right there. Looks like he's safe, though. Yep,
Yeah.
he is.
The Dodgers and their 9th inning success last night. The home run by Grandal, a gut punch for the Brewers. Today even more so, a grand slam by Chris Taylor. 10-8 LA. Runner at second, 2 outs. Eibner at the plate, and it's 1-2.
You know, when they were hitting the home run, the grand slam and the home run, we were saying you just never know what to expect from these guys, right? I mean, good and bad. You take the good with the bad when you're in a situation that the Brewers are in. And to make matters worse, I mean, you don't have your 2 best relievers available today. That's apparent. Making it very difficult. Mistakes, you know, walks, errors. Can't do it against good teams. They jump all over you.
Dodgers bat around here in the 9th. Torres has been out there for 30 pitches now. Got the first out of the inning. And then 5 straight batters reach. A walk, a costly error by Aguilar. And then you could sense the wheels were in motion. Pickoff play, never mind. Well, the way the game's going, let's see if the Brewers have a little ninth inning magic. You got Aguilar, Shaw, Perez coming up. And this one mercifully ends. A nightmare ninth inning. Can the Brewers come off the deck? They're down 2. They'll have to face Jansen. Travis Shaw hit a grand slam to give the Brewers a 4-run lead, or a 3-run lead at the time. And he'll be coming up. Aguilar, Shaw, Perez. Brewers are right in the middle of their order, and Dave Roberts is going back to his closer, who threw 2 innings last night. Kenley Jansen is back on the mound.
Yeah, picked up a win in yesterday's game. 4 strikeouts he had. 8 for 8 in save opportunities. Looking for number 9 here today. Who would have thought you would have seen Kenley Jansen today after the Brewers took an 8-4 lead?
He's hardly pitched. He did 33 pitches last night across the 2 innings, but he hasn't been used much. The Dodgers lost back-to-back games Wednesday and Thursday. So here we go. Brewers with Aguilar up. He has homered today. And a big swing and a miss. Jansen about as good as it gets. He throws the same little cutter that Carlos Torres does, but it's got a lot more velocity on it. And he has risen to one of the elite closers in the game. And when you have an elite closer like this, he pitches 2 innings when necessary, and he comes back the next day when necessary. This game now 4 hours long. It'll all be worth it if the Brewers can come up with something here against Jansen in the bottom of the 9th. Aguilar's late. Count is 0-2. Brewers need a base runner. And Jansen strikes him out. 1 away in the 9th.
Hey, got that big arsenal. That's more the slider than the cutter right there, and it's Aguilar trying to pull it.
Whoever loses this game, it's going to be tough to take. Dodgers had a lead. They were in their talented bullpen. Brewers got them for 5 runs in the 7th. But then Carlos Torres and the Brewers giving up a 5 spot in the 9th.
Well, the Dodger pitching staff helped the Brewers in their 5-run inning. Brewer pitchers helped the Dodgers in their 5-run inning. 2 walks and an error.
Shaw takes a strike. Well, this was a happier moment. Travis Shaw, a grand slam on a 2-0 pitch. Put the Brewers ahead by 3. They were down 1 at the time. Broken bat, little flare. That is going to bounce. And that's going to be a base hit. Had an awkward spin, goes right under the hand of Seager. And maybe that'll get the Brewers going here in the 9th inning. You'll take it.
Well, you hit the ball as hard as you can, and exit velocity off the charts for the home run, and then to get that, and it counts the same as far as batting average. Well, that's what you call getting eaten up inside. But that bat is gone, but it died happy. Got a base hit.
So 1-out single. Tying run will come to bat now. Hernan Perez. The more pitches the Brewers can see, the more they can extend this inning against Jansen, who threw 33 last night, the better chance you have. Try to tap into his reserves a little bit. Perez turns on one, but just missed it on the bat, and there is out number 2.
Just a little bit out in front. Just didn't have that sound that he had his last time up. That's that cutter right there. He got it down on the end just enough to keep it in the ballpark.
And so Grandal will have a chat with Kenley Jansen with Jet Bandy coming up. No middle ground in this one. Whoever wins will have one of their best wins of the year. Whoever loses will have one of their worst losses. Right now the Brewers are on the wrong end of it, needing something good to happen. Bandy's got pop. 6 home runs this season. And he takes a strike. If Bandy could reach, VR would bat. And if VR bats, he'll represent the winning run. 0-2. And the odds are against him now. Crowd of 35,000 here at Miller Park today. And the Dodgers are a strike away from raining on the parade. Shaw's at first. No balls, 2 strikes on Bandy. There goes Shaw. And Bandy had a good hack. He fouls it back.
95 up in the strike zone. Bandy more of a low ball hitter than a high ball hitter, but that cutter's been up in his zone. He's been able to get a piece of it.
Final game of the series tomorrow. 1:10 first pitch. We're on the air at 12:30. Maeda against Zach Davies. Jansen ready. 2-strike pitch. Bandy spoils another one. You may go weeks, sometimes months without seeing a grand slam. And we've had 2 in this game.
Yeah.
In a matter of 3 innings. Here's the 0-2. Shaw goes, and did he go? Bandy able to check his swing. No contact. Stolen base. Probably defensive indifference for Shaw, not holding him on.
Yep, didn't go. About the time that Grandal has put in the last 2 days. Caught both games.
Hit a big home run. He's had to block a lot of pitches in the dirt.
Both 4-hour games. He's young. He can handle it.
By the way, they will credit Shaw with a stolen base for keeping the book at home. Jansen's got the one he wants. 1-2 the count. Here it comes, and Bandy fouls one off. He's up there in swing mode.
Pretty much same pitch every time for Kenley Jansen. The cutter. Cutter's been upstairs. There's another one. Bandy just able to get a piece of it up out of the strike zone.
Randall's going out to the mound. Jets had one of the biggest at-bats of the year already this year. That was against Zach Greinke. Had a long battle with him. 7-pitch at-bat that resulted in a 3 RBI double.
Knocks one out of here right now. It'd be very comparable.
Give him another one on the reel, you're saying.
Right.
Bandy in the air to center, shallow, coming in Taylor, and the man who hit the grand slam makes the final out. And this is a very tough loss for the Brewers here today. That one stings. Had an 8-4 lead in the 7th inning, and the Dodgers come off the deck and score 6 runs in the last 2 innings, a 5-run ninth, and they win it 10-8, and they've won the first 2 games in this series. Craig Kashawn is ready for Brewers Live. Let's send it that way. Take it away, Craig.
Okay, BA. We're going to hear from Craig Counsell, of course. A couple of grand slams in this one. The last one does not go in the Brewers' favor. And we'll get you set for tomorrow as the Brewers try to salvage the series with a win. Brewers Live presented by Ascension is next.